Good morning,
I
everyone.
can't breathe. 4 times he's been stabbed. In response, the police officer dragged him across the ground, handcuffed him, read him his rights, and said, "I don't think you have, mate." And then Henry Novak died after being stabbed 4 times because the police decided we're going to believe the immigrant instead because he said you were racist, and therefore we're just going to believe him. So J.D. Vance fucking dropped a nuke. And
Just
this
Dance Vance.
fire! I'm so happy he did this. Henry Novak died in the same way a civilization dies, abandoned, handcuffed by authorities who neither trusted nor cared for him, and accused of hate crimes he did not commit. His murder is as tragic as it is enraging. He should still be alive today, and he would be if the last few generations of European elites had stood their ground against the politics of self-hatred and mass invasion of migrants, many of whom despise the West, and the people who love it. He's right. Henry was far from the first to so needlessly lose his life, and I fear he won't be the last. Each time a life like his is lost, the proper response, the only response, is righteous anger. One of the most important things the Trump administration has proven to the world is that stopping the flow of mass migration and defending the national sovereignty is a matter of political will and leadership. Anything else is an excuse. He's right about this, by the way, and despite whatever anyone wants to say about Trump. He has absolutely normalized this rhetoric and this ideology. And the next generation is going to be way more right-wing than ever before, thanks to this guy. Right? And I give Trump insane props for that, by the way. Now, a lot of people say not enough deportations. You know, and I'm inclined to agree, don't get me wrong. But for the first time in my lifetime, we have net negative migration. And also, for the first time in my lifetime, do I see a nationalist movement actually valuing our culture based upon biblical values. And we don't want it tainted by infinite migration from the third world. It is because we love the West that we want to preserve it. We love our civilization, we love our country, we love our children, and nobody should die in the way that Henry Novak died. May God comfort those who loved him, and may God rest his soul. Just a fantastic tweet. 12 million views, 273,000 likes. All right, people are really resonating with this one. He dropped an absolute nuke. Rupert Lowe says J.D. Vance speaks for far more British people than Keir Starmer does. True, by the way. And of course, Keir Starmer was very, very angry about this.
The second context, of course, is that we are in government. The J.D. Vance is in government. When you're on the backbenches or in opposition, you're free, frankly, to reflect on anything.
Of course. Now, the context to this is Keir Starmer says J.D. Vance was wrong to speak about Henry Novak from a different country. Trevor Phillips, isn't that hypocritical considering Keir Starmer spoke about George Floyd in a different country? David Lammy, he's like the fucking lackwit of Keir Starmer, says, but Keir was in opposition at the time. J.D. Vance is in government. That's the argument? Really? That's the argument? It's appropriate for Keir Starmer to do this whole George Floyd shit as a campaign, but it's inappropriate for J.D. Vance to say because he's in the government. Can I just make something clear? I think condemning other nations is appropriate in general. All right? How many fucking times have we had to watch the Keir Starmer British government condemn the United States for violating the sovereignty of Venezuela or whatever the fuck when we captured Maduro, that complete fucking retard communist dictator? Now, how many times do we have to sit through all of these Euro-cuck nations sitting there and condemning us on their ivory towers of retards and globalism when we bomb terrorist pedophiles in Iran? All right? Dude, how many times have we seen European nations sit there and condemn Israel for killing terrorists or whatever the fuck? Condemning foreign nations is totally okay if you're a Euro-cuck globalist libtard. But if you are, God forbid, a right-wing nationalist, how dare you criticize us?
The second context, of course,
So his response is, the context is, but J.D. Vance is in government, how dare he?
is that
Fuck you.
we are in government. The J.D. Vance is in government. When you're on the backbenches or in opposition, you're free, frankly, to reflect on anything. But I think there is a distinction.
No, it's okay for the opposition to be irresponsible.
I think this is complete and utter horseshit, by the way. I would love it if our government fucking shit on these people for the way they've treated their country. I love the British people. I feel so bad that they have been absolutely savagely butchered by left-wing policies, importing infinite migrants and retards into their nation. Libtards really just throw stones from glass houses, and that is what they do best. All right, make this man prime minister already. So Bushra Shaikh, all right, you know, she has papers that says she's British, so obviously she's British. You know nothing about Islam. As a Muslim woman, I'll tell you it is the most pro-woman religion to exist. Sexism exists because some men do not value women, and these men exist in all walks of life. Shitty politics for your shitty, ignorant followers. And Rupert Lowe responds with this image. God, it's just fucking cinema. It's so fucking good. He's just cooking! He's just cooking! Yes, exactly this. True. All right. Now, news, it has been confirmed that Vikram Digwa, the person that stabbed Henry Novak, filmed Henry Novak for 5 minutes after stabbing him, taunting him on camera as he collapsed to the floor. Bro, this guy needs to get publicly executed. We need to publicly execute these people. What are we even doing? And honestly, we should jail his brother also, who knew this was happening too. We should jail his mother too, you know, because she hid the knife, the murder weapon. Bro, we should deport the whole fucking family. There's no reason why these people should be in our nation. Like, let's be honest for a second, right? So, woke policing killed Henry Novak. Just look at the 6 anti-racism commitments. These are literal governmental commitments the police needs to take. 1, take a stand against racism in all forms. What the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck does that even mean? How about standing for justice? Proactively identify and tackle racial inequalities. All right, well, I mean, let's be real here. There was a racial inequality there because white people bad and Indian people good, so therefore you had to immediately defend that guy. All right, reform policies that over-police or under-protect certain groups. Just be like, oh, that group commits more crimes, but you can't over-police them because that's racist. Partner with others to fix societal racial gaps. I guess that means be meaner to white people because white people actually want to get jobs and instead of other communities that just want to get infinite welfare. Deliver equality of outcomes by treating people differently based on race, needs, experience. Oh, that's really good, actually. That means that if you're in a community that commits more crimes, we need to arrest a per capita amount of people. Dude, Muslims are 4% of England, and they're 22% of inmates. So we're obviously making big mistakes here. So show transparency, leadership, measure anti-racism impact. Dude, this is just a fucking horseshit. It's insane. How about just treat people based on their actions? Whatever happened to, like, actual anti-racist values? Like, all men are created in the image of God, and therefore treat them for their actions. If you're a brutal psychopath killer, we're going to treat you that way. If your community has a lot more brutal psychopath killers than other communities, well, then we're going to treat your community a lot worse than other communities. Like, this just makes sense. The racist standpoint is, oh, well, this community is just extra violent, so we're just going to have to, you know, just let it get away with it. No, that is being racist. That is basically saying, well, I guess they just can't control their actions. They just rape. It's what they do. It's their culture. What an absolute joke. Elon Musk retweeted this. He said, yes. Dude, I'm so glad that people are talking about this. Now, even Germany, the whole world was furious about Henry Novak. 2-tier policing exists. Tier. This is in Germany. This is going on.
I always hate these big fucking blank spaces with nothing in them.
In Germany, experienced an unprecedented surge in the polls this month and in our 6
Look at this one. It's the size of the city next to it.
Europe wants remigration.
This one's even bigger. It's like bigger than both of them combined.
All these years,
like half of the fucking space is empty.
Christianity is evil and biblical doctrine is archaic and barbaric, and they're enlightened and they know better. And this is the natural conclusion: importing infinite retards to rape your culture. Absolutely wild seeing this. So now apparently someone attacked Vikram Digwa, the guy that stabbed Henry Novak. Apparently someone attacked him in prison. But I don't think that happened, mate. So anyway, there was a debate on Piers Morgan about this, and dude, like, you don't even believe this. Like, it is shocking to believe that people like this exist, which is why I am super happy that we're going to be publicizing it. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games. Complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on Free Cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide.
Yes, yeah, I like the looks of that one.
They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated.
Piers Morgan just had a panel on to debate the death of Henry Novak. This debate exposed a new level of stupidity.
Oh,
you have no police force at all.
All right, let's just understand. Let's just introducing the players. All right, we got Michael Knowles. He's a Catholic guy, very conservative fellow. All right, we got this dude. He's woke and a big BLM guy. All right, we got this guy, Ali Wajahat. I think he's a Pakistani Muslim. We got Dave Smith. He is a libertarian. All right, so let's just understand exactly the players before we get into the fact that We're debating a situation where an Indian migrant stabbed a British guy 5 times, called the cops, said that the British guy was racist, so the cops literally chained and dragged and handcuffed the guy who was stabbed 5 times across the pavement as he bled out and died, screaming, "I can't breathe," with the police saying, "I don't believe you. I don't think
come on.
mate." All right? This is the most open and closed, obvious situation of all time. You have to be a special level of retarded to have any other opinion about this one.
That is what I'm saying.
This is what is at stake when we're talking about equity, DEI, because we're seeing a clear example of what this will lead to. When you edit out all the fillers, suddenly you can see it in a way that was not possible before.
I don't think this is a moment to say, hey, you know, the truth is white guys are the ones who are catching all the hell, or non-black or brown people are the ones catching all the hell.
I am going to present tons of straw man arguments to not address the situation.
When it comes to policing in this
Not all the hell, just a lot of it.
ostensible
Just an overwhelming amount of it.
two-tiered system of justice, I think a better way of thinking about it is this is an opportunity for us to think about policing differently.
Get ready.
First, he makes it
Get
about
ready.
black people being treated differently
Get
by
ready.
police, which
Oh, a white guy was killed by a migrant and the police sided with the migrant because of racism? Well, first, let's just acknowledge that black people are the real victims. Also, let's talk about abolishing police.
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
That's not to say that all races get treated the same, but I think there's a fundamental problem here. But again, finally, there's no evidence that black people get treated better by police.
Dave Smith counters this by asking Mark,
It's literally untrue.
okay, what if we switch the races? What if it was a black kid? All the variables are the same.
If there had been a situation where not a person who was committing a crime, a low-level crime, and then had an incident with police after that, but just a black kid was walking down the street and a white guy stabbed him to death, and then the cops handcuffed the black dude while he was bleeding out and sided with the white dude who had just stabbed him to death, I don't think Mark would be up here saying, let's not make this a race issue.
Watch how Mark responds to this.
That's a pretty good point, I'm sure.
Earlier, David said that if the tables were turned somehow, I wouldn't be denying that race matters here. Again, to be clear, I never said that race didn't matter here.
That is what you're saying. He's jumping between these two positions that contradict one another.
Yeah, because race only matters when the black guy's the victim. That's exactly what he's saying, yeah.
I'm suggesting here is that there isn't a two-tiered system of justice where white people are on the wrong side of it. If, for example, the person in handcuffs bleeding out were a Jamaican immigrant,
What does this have to do with anything?
or were a black American who'd come over, or were a West African migrant, I don't think that they would have been treated any differently.
But then just a moment later, he claims police should treat people differently based on race. They do treat people differently. And that's a good thing, actually.
The issue here, as Piers pointed out at the beginning, was a level of deference to the claim made by the Sikh that something happened to him. And I don't think that's the worst thing. If somebody says, hey, I was just the victim of a racial attack, I understand why police may even be more sensitive to that right now.
Huh? Wait, so race does that? Just flipping back and forth. There is no coherent thought. There is no way to spin this one, man.
And he goes back to a
Just
completely
stop,
separate
just
claim.
stop.
But I think we'd have to be living in a bizarre world to believe that if the person in handcuffs were black, they would have been trusted and listened to more. There's no history in any Western country.
Mark, are you kidding
Whether
me?
it's the United States, whether it's Europe.
The true issue is whether or not white people are
Do
being
people actually believe the slopaganda anymore? Does the slopaganda work on anyone?
policed differently. Even though we have a video example, he claims there is no evidence. Well, Pierce counters this by providing some evidence.
In the UK, the Independent Office for Police Conduct, IOPC, is now reviewing a 2025 guidance document, so last year, from a National Police Chiefs Council, which says its goal is producing equality of policing outcomes. It doesn't mean treating everyone the same or being colorblind.
Yes, police need to factor in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I showed you earlier, that there are like literally diversity laws for police officers in the United Kingdom. It's like, make sure you arrest the same amount of people from each crime, right? The 6 anti-racism commitments that the police takes. This is inherently anti-white. Inherently anti-white, by the way. That is exactly what this means. Because diversity just means dilute the white people. That's what diversity always meant, man. It's objectively true that there are different crime statistics from different communities in different countries. Objectively. Crime among Muslims and black people are higher than crime among white people and Asians and Jews. It's an objective fact. It's not racist to say. You can make whatever argument for the reasoning for behind it you want, obviously, whatever. I personally think it's mostly cultural. And these laws are basically saying, just because more crime is happening in certain communities, you're not allowed to arrest more of the people from those communities. It's like, that's absolute bullshit, right? Like,
Race,
come on.
like any
It's
other
literally institutionalized racism.
Data point, but the application of the law should be colorblind.
But it is quite possible that this is filtered through police forces up and down the country, and that they've been effectively instructed not to treat everybody the same, not to be colorblind, so to be aware of people's racial ethnicity in incidents like this.
Michael Knowles spots the game that he's playing, changes up the hypothetical to where it's a Sikh person, which is what we have in the video example. Can you contend with that?
Hey, hypothetical here. The guy who's been stabbed 5 times and is bleeding out on the ground saying, I can't breathe, is a Sikh man. And the guy who's claiming that he wasn't really stabbed and there was some racial incident is a white guy. Let's say the roles were exactly reversed, not to go to some trite racial political nonsense, but I guess it's illustrative here.
Let's see how he handles this.
If the complainant is a white guy and the person in handcuffs bleeding out is black, there's a whole history in the United States and in the UK of this happening. Or Sikh in this case. Sikh in this case in the UK, yes. I'm accepting the terms of your hypothetical. I'm saying yes. I don't believe the police operate any differently. It's not because
Absolute fucking horse shit, and everyone knows it. The left literally needs you to suspend your disbelief and just acknowledge their false reality in order to operate. That's just how they work. It's the only way they actually work.
Hey, Mark, I got a bridge in London to sell you.
Mark has made it very clear he does not believe that there is any difference in how police respond to non-white people.
Ridiculous.
That's great, but allow me to tell you the reason why, since you asked me. The reason is because I think that we have a problem with policing.
Because he can't contend with this example, he diverts again and makes it about integrating the police completely. Yes, actually abolishing the police, which is a huge strategy.
This is
It's actually retarded. It's anti-Bible. It goes against the words of the Old Testament. You know, obviously, duh. You know, establish for yourself courts and justice and officers. Black on white, pardon my terms, letters in the Bible. It is the foundation of our civilization. Almost like he wants us to go back to war. He wants us to turn into war-torn fucking barbarians in Africa. Now, I'm not saying just from a racial place. It just seems like that's where he's taking us, right?
It's an opportunity for us to think about force differently, and this is an opportunity to think about either reform or my tradition, abolition, differently with regard to policing in the streets and policing in our neighborhood.
When you say abolition, Mark, hang on, Mark. When you say abolition, are you actually advocating for abolishing the police altogether?
I am, yes.
What would the alternatives be?
But I think it...
Warlords in Africa. That's what he wants.
Well, you have no police force at all.
Bro, I know a place that would be literally paradise for all these people. All these libtards that want to abolish the police, we should literally pick them up and put them in the Congo. No, I'm just saying, this would solve all the issues. They would live in paradise. You know, unless they get scalped, of course. You know, aside from that, they would live in paradise. So would we.
That is what I'm saying, and I'm offering alternatives to policing. So it's not that we fire all the police and let the citizens run themselves. There are other mechanisms and systems that we can install that would, like public safety forces.
What is a public safety force, if not a police force?
Like violence interruption forces.
What is a violence interruption force? Just think about that for a minute.
Therapists, a bunch of Karens with like short haircuts saying,
that would do the job that police are
unresolved childhood trauma.
Currently doing, but better prepare those forces to create safe environments and safe neighborhoods.
They literally showed up after this guy was stabbed 5 times. What the fuck are they supposed to do?
So you just want the police to be better prepared to be able to create safe environments. That's really your argument.
But I just want to finish the other thought before we get distracted by the abolition point here.
It's a pretty big point to distract the debate, I have to say. I mean, I hear you, but let's abolish the police. I mean, that's an extraordinary thing to say.
Yeah, because he's retarded.
Now Dave Smith
because the left doesn't live in reality. Yeah.
Pounces on one of the most glaring problems of this entire thing.
This is how much it's a two-tiered system of justice that Michael didn't even mention. The Sikhs are the only ones who are allowed to carry these knives in public.
You see, but here's the thing is, I'm just saying, it's part of my culture to carry, as an American, to carry guns. I'm just saying carrying guns is part of my culture.
One group of people in the UK are allowed to do something no one else is allowed to do. They're allowed to carry knives. Why? Because of their religious belief.
You're telling me that your security agency, your government has actually disarmed its own. There is one group of people who's allowed to have this weaponry and one who's not. And by the way, it's
okay,
not
so that's quite-
Englishmen.
What if it's my religious belief to carry a gun?
There it is.
Well, you can't do that.
That's right. That's
Why?
American culture right there, baby.
According to your logic, I can.
Hang on.
It's ceremonial. Yeah, it's just an 8-inch knife, but it's ceremonial. It's ceremonial. And I can't, by the way, carry it. But if I wanted to carry around a Sikh ceremonial knife, I would not be allowed to because I'm not a Sikh. But just understand, the ceremonial knife comes along with a fucking turban. All right, let's just understand exactly what we're dealing with.
It wasn't very ceremonial in this case, was it?
Sacrifice it. That's literally, it's very ceremonial.
My gun is ceremonial.
Just to be clear.
No, but you're making it seem as if Sikhs are allowed to have weapons and no one else
They are.
is. And
I'll
that's
bring you back in, Mark.
That's literally true. That is exactly the case.
Literally the case.
Actually, it is allowed for Sikhs to carry ceremonial knives in this way, in a way that it wouldn't be for me to do the same. However, interestingly, it's pretty much the same rule in America, is our understanding, that you can do that as well. So we checked the Kirpan law in the USA.
What are you fucking talking about, dude? In America, we can carry guns. Thank God for the Second Amendment.
Carrying a Kirpan is generally protected as an exercise of religion under the First Amendment.
I can carry a knife right
I
now.
can also carry a knife. Yeah, it's retarded. I can carry a gun wherever I want in America because America's fucking awesome. Because we don't live in fucking cucked out UK. They ban fucking everything. They don't let out what the fuck they want. Yeah, bro, you are Piers Morgan is such a fucking retard, bro. Yeah, they're currently having tribalistic war shootouts in Sydney, Australia right now among different Islamic gangs. But they banned guns, guys, so this is totally fine.
Now, in America, that's not really a point.
But is regulated by state and local knife laws and banned from federal facilities and airports. So there is a slight caveat
Yeah,
there.
but
Yes, no one can carry a knife in the airport. That's not a slight caveat.
Pierce, we got something else that cancels out that problem. You
Well,
know?
they're called guns, yeah. But let's not get me going on your gun rules because we'll be here all
Well,
night.
I'm just saying. Listen, I don't want. I know.
The ceremonial knife isn't obviously making an issue. We don't have an issue of ceremonial knife crimes in the United States. We carry around fucking guns. It's like when you have a two-tier system, you can carry around a ceremonial knife. Yeah, you're right. True. Yeah, good point. I have a gun. I have a gun right now that I'm playing with as we speak. I'm sorry, man.
You're not going to agree with me on this, Pierce, but my advice to all Englishmen is that you find it to be your religious belief that you have a right to a handgun.
Well,
And if a
the
Sikh
other
tries
way,
to stab you, shoot him in the face.
the other way to
in
do it.
self-defense.
I mean, this should be a no-brainer. Application of the law is universal across citizens. I don't understand how this is even a debate.
But again, look at the facts on the ground. You have one class of people who are allowed to carry this weapon on them. You have another class of people who are totally disarmed and not allowed them to defend themselves. And in the moment, when there's an accusation of bigotry, that's enough to get everybody to freeze and go, ooh, we better err on the side of not being the bigots, because they know, as we've learned over the last 15 years, that that's what's going to get your face in the paper.
It's the fear of being perceived as biased towards
That's why they create these labels. Not because they believe in them, but because they can destroy you and control you.
a minority.
That's how leftists use words.
And it doesn't matter what the minority is.
Right.
Pierce, everyone should know this already by now, but as soon as you start thinking of equality of outcomes, you're an enemy of justice.
Dave points out the core flaw here, which is equality of outcome, which is what the police are trying to pursue.
Because there's no such thing as collectivism and justice. If you're thinking at all, in any part of your mind, as a function of police work, that the overall result of this has to be that different groups end up being prosecuted in the same way, the only thing you should be thinking about is the justice in the immediate short run.
This is a perfect example of how that inevitably will lead to disaster every time. We cannot pursue equality of outcome. We can only pursue equality of opportunity and application of the law.
idea that every single group should end up at the same end goal is ridiculous. It's like expected. It's like running a race. It's like, no, one second.
White supremacy is better, right?
Hold on.
If you want everyone to be treated equally, then you must be a white supremacist. It says Wajahat Ali from Pakistan.
Fascism is better, right?
It's like running a race with the expectation that everyone will finish at the exact same time. That's not how human beings work.
True! Objectively true. So in this case, when they're policing people with the idea of equality, racial equality, again, deliver equality of outcome by treating people differently based on their race and needs and experiences basically means one city with white people where crimes are committed at, let's say, 1 crime per 1,000 people. All right, this is just hypothetical. And you have another community, a migrant community that came from Pakistan where crimes are committed at 10 per 1,000 people, hypothetically. You should arrest the same amount of people from each of these communities, right? You should arrest 1 Pakistani and 1 white guy. That is what equality of outcomes is. The equal amounts of arrests, regardless of the amount of crimes. That is inherently baked into the police code. A racial ideology that is being weaponized largely against the native populations of different countries. It's defending the third worlders, and it is making life hell for the white people and the Asians and the Jews and the other communities that really have very little violent crime by comparison. Everyone knows this. Everyone with eyes believe this. I love how, like, it literally, while this debate was going on, this dude tried to call him a white supremacist for stating it, because that is exactly the playbook. They'll give you a fucking title and try to ruin your life over it, but never actually attack the argument, because it's just objectively true. Well, we're tired, and the truth is, we don't really care about your labels. Your boos mean nothing. We've seen what makes you cheer.
A lip-syncing scandal unfold and the exodus of the Great One. But that is for next year. We hope you find some patience while you wait.
I thought it was the door to love, it was the door to hell!
Coming soon, 1988. 1988, a year when you could feel America was becoming more materialistic. It was out with the old.
Tell him, Ray. You might suck.
And in with the new.
Are those Bugle Boy jeans that you're wearing?
Yeah. They are Bugle Boy jeans.
Would this turning point be for the worse, or would people see through all of this?
What's your problem?
Now, ironically, no one in the country, in my opinion, is doing better at discrediting the left than Caleb Hammer. Right, so Caleb Hammer does financial audits on people that request to come on his show and get their finances audited because they're broke, because mostly their life decisions are awful, and it basically comes down to leftist policy is cancer. The best part about this entire situation is that it's not a political show. It is purely about finances, and that is exactly why it's destroying the left. So Joe Rogan just had him on. The left is having a meltdown. They're saying he's a plant, even though he's just a wildly popular podcaster. And the left is like, no, how dare you expose that we are scamming the government of millions of dollars, making it believe that we're all disabled. Oh, how dare you? And it's just insane. So this was just going viral, and it's pretty wild, actually.
How are you making money? Oh, I'm a VA disability with dependents. We have 2 kids.
Right. Okay. 4,700 twice a month?
No, I make 4,700 once a month, and he makes 3,600 twice a month, and it equals between 11 and 12.
Are you gonna get disability too?
Oh,
yes, I will. There's not a single
fucking $12,000 a month.
Money for the rest of their life with disability.
They get $12,000 a month.
I've done a lot. I'm a police officer for the Navy. So I've done a lot of hard-working stuff throughout the time. Which I got issues all around.
Crazy people that just served for like 3 years and they just sat on a base, they get it. Like, there has not been one single person on this entire show that doesn't get thousands of dollars for the rest of their life. I think.
Understand how cancerous our welfare state is, okay? And the craziest part is, this is just exposing it all. Like, this isn't a political show. It's like, wait a second, but you're not disabled. Why are you taking all of this money from our taxes? And it's like, oh, because we can't. Because the system is designed that we could just break it. Because it turns out people with zero moral principles can actually just, I don't know, rape you. Hi, I'm a fat retard, completely due to my own manipulation, and now you, the taxpayer, are going to defund my lifestyle, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I think it's like 5% of our budget. It's something crazy.
Yeah, 5% of our budget is, in my opinion, probably fraud.
Crazy like that. This is disabilities forever.
Well, they serve their country, and they probably have earned it.
It's disability.
It's disability. They get paid for serving their country. I'm not downplaying service. I think that our officers, our Navy, our veterans are fucking awesome. But they get paid for it. They get paid stipends for that. They get retirement bonuses and stuff like that. Whatever it is. Maybe that's not even enough. You know what? I would be much more inclined to increase the pay of every single one of our soldiers and military officers, but I am against scamming the country indefinitely through disability, because you know it's going to be the actual fucking slime balls that do it.
Yeah, I get that, but there's things that when you serve your country and you break your body or you can't
I
function
totally
the
agree.
same
I'm
way.
saying every single person that has ever been on this show who has literally just sat at a base and did nothing.
And I
also
know a lot
gets
of them.
this.
I know a lot of them. Yes.
Yeah,
They will be able to claim some stuff. Yes.
I'm not saying if you go get hurt or anything. Like, I think that's why it's there, right?
True.
Right, that's what it's intended for.
That's what it's intended for.
So it turns out almost every single person is just trying to scam the welfare system in one way or another, and it's because of their own bad life choices, and it's insane. Now, he has all sorts of interesting people on his show, and it's exposing all the retards of the world, because nothing radicalizes you more than just seeing an average normie who has nothing to gain by lying come on the show and just teach you how they are destroying your goodwill. Right? He gets these guys too, obviously.
I think they're behind everything since like JFK. I'm just gonna
They being the Jews. Bro, there is a brain rot issue in this country.
figure it out because we're at that point.
Who did 9/11?
The Jews.
Who killed Charlie Kirk?
Israel. Israel's behind it.
What the f?
No, so again, there are a special amount of retards in this country that are just kind of wandering around, bumping into shit, and this exposes the fact that, yes, we are living in a victim mentality survival universe where you have everyone on the left who's a victim. You're a black guy, you're a victim because of slavery. You're a white guy, you're a victim because of the Jews. You're a Jew, you're a victim because of the Holocaust. You're a Muslim, you're a victim because Palestinians keep starting wars and losing, and that affects you somehow. And this is a left-wing, almost exclusive issue. It does bleed into the right. Obviously, on the retard right, you have this issue too. But it is largely left-wing because one of the fundamental principles of conservative politics is that every single one of us was made in the image of God. We have been given free will, and we have been given tests that we need to overcome. God told Abraham, sacrifice your firstborn, and Abraham was like, oh, shucks, why me? Obviously, God ended up pulling the, it's just a prank, bro, and Abraham didn't need to do that. But the ideology, the victim ideology, is an inherent anti-God left-wing stance. And honestly, that's why I think people like Caleb Hammer are destroying the left. Because it turns out so much of the victim mindset, so much of the self-flagellating and victim mentality, money for the government because I am a gay retard. This show exposes how almost every single one of those people got themselves in their fucked up situation because of their own incredibly bad life decisions. Because the truth is, whether you acknowledge that it's a test from God that you could overcome or not, it remains a test from God that you could overcome or not. So Caleb Hammer went on Joe Rogan. Everyone's really mad about it. This is a clip talking about the victim mentality, and I'm really glad that this is getting brought to a main stage. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time fund, out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel. So you can click the link in the description and do the thing.
Again, what you're saying earlier about social media and these echo chambers is really important because in their world, this is the only thing to do. And that's...
Yeah, bitch. Much like victim mentality, bitching is also a left-wing, which is why most women vote left. That was I was a joke.
It all just gets this feedback loop where it's the right thing to do, the only thing to do, and they come up with reasons why it's not working, and then call everybody Nazis.
Yeah, and that's why also those echo chambers are why, when polled, younger people are more okay with violence against people on the other side of the political aisle from them, which is a very scary place to go.
Yeah.
It's very scary.
It's not just younger people, it's specifically left-wing younger people. And it's really obvious. You don't have... Dude, Nick Fuentes is considered like the neo-Nazi guy. He's horrible, whatever. He never calls for violence ever. Charlie Kirk was his arch nemesis, and when Charlie Kirk died, Nick Fuentes was like, this was an absolute atrocity. It was a tragedy. He was a Christian man, and he died, and it was horrible. You know, and he was literally Nick Fuentes' arch nemesis. They hated each other. So the idea that this is like a both sides issue is completely false, and everyone knows that.
Especially when I see death threats all the time in my inbox and, you know, doxing and shit.
And where does he get those death threats from? I bet you all of his death threats are coming from leftists. I get death threats. They come from leftists and Muslims, exclusively. I don't think I've ever gotten a death threat that wasn't from a leftist or a Muslim. I'm not even exaggerating. I can't think of a single one.
Like that, they call me a fascist for saying don't spend more money than you make. Okay, so I'm a fascist.
That's right. There it is.
Now I'm afraid for my life, and I have to get security and all this stuff. It's crazy.
So you get threats for, like, what specifically do they get upset at? Is literally just saying don't spend your money?
It's everything. They don't like that I do roast. Consensual roast. Like I call a fat bitch a fat bitch. But I had the conversation with her before, and if she didn't want me to, I wouldn't have done that. Because we have a no-no list where people get to say what they don't want us to talk about, and then I just won't talk about that. But
that's very nice of you.
It is very nice. That's because we try to run, you know, a moral, consensual show, all that good stuff. But I love to roast people and just call out the features and just dumb shit like that. So people get offended by that, offended on behalf of someone who's not offended in the first place, and then they get bit. I got a death threat on Twitter yesterday for saying Americans spend too much money on cars.
Just one?
He said I should, that it's crazy that Caleb Hammer is still breathing air, and that he should come up from San Antonio and kill me or something. Or something like that. It's kind of crazy, because Americans spend too much money on cars.
Maybe he sells cars.
Maybe, but objectively, we do.
Did you check his profile? Is it a real person?
It said San Antonio. That's all I know. That's all I know. I'm sure it was like
could be a bot.
Second profile. He was responding to it. He was excited. You know, he got
to be a crazy person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we get emails all the time.
Welcome to the internet, by the way. And it's the craziest thing in the world. You have an opinion I don't like. Now you must die. Yeah, that's where it is. You know, violence isn't violence, but words is violence. You know,
Good.
you say the N-word, we're gonna fucking
smart
kill you.
now, don't you?
Killing you is not violence.
Here's your pay, Einstein.
You can't even make this shit up.
Look
like
quick,
you have the
buy
Carmelo
quicker,
Anthony trial
piss
going on
off
right now.
fastest.
Black guy stabbed a white kid in cold blood, murdered him for no reason, admitted that he murdered him to the cops. All right, he's in court right now. All right, and then you got like the EBT tribes being like, "No, we're gonna protect our own," and it's like, "Fuck you! Oh my God!"
No, people think I'm evil because they say I don't talk about the issues that led us here in the first place. But it's a personal responsibility show because more people have agency than they're willing to acknowledge.
It's almost like God was right when he gave us free will, and it's actually true. And actually, we're not just endless little
son of a
clusters of
bitch.
carbon whizzing
That's all
throughout
you
space.
if you want a
We're
job
nothing
from
matters
me.
or something.
What are you
It's actually
standing
like
there
the choices
for?
matter.
Don't you
it's
have
actually
work
like
to
the
do?
tests that you receive in your lifetime are usually tests that you can overcome. And if you don't, it's actually usually your fault.
Right. Like we're in the highest disposable income society in the history of human existence.
True.
Not everything's perfect. Cost of housing's gone up.
The poorest person in America today is richer than your average serf in medieval times. All right, and no one wants to acknowledge that. There is no starvation crisis, no one is dying of hunger. The fact that, okay, and this is gonna get controversial, the fact that no one starved to death in Gaza, okay, during the war, okay, not one documented starvation case happened there, okay, and you're gonna sit here and tell me that we are suffering and everyone's starving and, bitch, we're all fat, all right, we got an obesity crisis, we don't have a starvation crisis. If you're actually really hungry, if you go to your local church, they will give you food.
Cost of school's gone up, cost of healthcare's gone up. We can acknowledge those realities, but people have agency. People have agency. The amount of going out to eat among Generation Z is insane compared to any other generation. And not only that.
And you know what? I'm going to hit you with the truth news that a lot of people don't want to acknowledge, and I'm going to defend Generation Z, sort of. It's really hard. It's really hard. You know, I really like the idea that this is gonna sound horribly sexist. I like food, and it's fucking awesome. It's healthy, and it's cost-effective, and it's delicious, and it's made with love. But if we live in a society where there isn't the stay-at-home partner, there is the one partner that's busting ass and the other partner that's busting ass. You know, it makes it a lot harder. supposed to actually acknowledge the fact that we have destroyed so much society through progressivism.
Yeah, but now, for 25% of their going out to eat multiple times a week is getting food delivered. And that has a 90% markup. 90%. And then they're complaining that they can't afford to pretty much do anything. Get a nice apartment and whatnot, but if we're spending like $1,000 a month, which is very normal for a person on my show, going out to eat, you're right, you can't get an apartment of your dreams, and $1,000 a month is going to McDonald's and other places. Cooking at home's become like a burden, become a victim complex now. Well, actually, that was another thing that triggered the internet. I kind of agreed with Kevin O'Leary when he said, oh, young people are broke because they spend $28 going out to eat.
Hey,
It's
what's
not
up?
that specifically only, but it's the death of of 1,000 cuts. And yes, just $28 3 times a week becomes an actual halfway decent retirement fund if you put it in the S&P 500 for a few times a week. That does put off future goals that you have. And the internet went crazy against me. They hated me for suggesting that they shouldn't be able to. They're like, well, how do we eat?
Well, it's an entire culture that doesn't believe in investing in the future. Hello, they are literally castrating themselves and aborting their children and justifying it in their minds. All right, this is not at all a society that invests in the future at all.
I slept
All right?
good.
Look at the replacement rate. Look at the birth rate, okay? It's insane.
I'm actually just sitting here trying to think of what I'm going to make
because I think they are taught from
today.
the uterus, all right, into the college and school system.
I think I'm going to make some
They are
jambalaya.
just carbons whizzing through space and nothing matters. They are not taught from the sweat of your brow you shall eat bread.
Either jambalaya or chicken and rice.
Taught be fruitful and multiply.
'Cause
Genesis chapter 2. I don't think they made it to Genesis chapter 2.
I bought a 12-pack of chicken thighs
Meal plan. This is what everyone's done.
because they were only $7,
We live in the best period
and I got to split it
for
up and
humans.
freeze it.
Best
So I'm
period
going to be
ever.
making
Our jobs
something
are
out of
better,
chicken,
everything's
so
better.
it's either
Even when you
chicken
think
and
of, like,
rice or
buying a starter
jambalaya,
home in the 50s
which
and
is
whatever,
probably going to be
they were like the size
jambalaya.
of this room that we're in right now, mass produced. Okay, that's still a home that's great you could buy, but you were going to a
Because
job that you
jambalaya is
hated,
basically
that you were
chicken and rice
sweating, no
with
AC,
a
where you're
few
working with your
extra
hands all day,
steps.
and it was miserable. They didn't like the job. They left that they had a good paying job. But now people go to the office.
We literally live in the greatest time in history.
And it's better.
People just fucking suck. They suck.
And they think they're a victim.
You know, sometimes, I'm reading the Bible, okay? I'm reading the Bible, and, they're all the Israelites are in the desert, and these guys do not stop complaining. Right? Bro, God just took you out of Egypt, okay? Split the sea, all right? Turned the rivers into blood, slaughtered every firstborn Egyptian that was, like, enslaving you, all right? Takes you into the desert, gives you magic food that comes down from heaven, all right? And then they're complaining! And they're complaining! And I'm like, bro, how are these people complaining so much? I figured it out. I literally figured it out. You can have everything on a silver platter, and you will find an opportunity to bitch.
For not being able to meal prep before going to the office, the AC office. Like, it's hard for me to sympathize with that, especially when I film 3 of them a week. All 100% real people, mostly Gen Z and millennials, who are absolute victims in everything. They are victims in everything. They think if they don't get a 2027 brand new car instead of a 2025 car, that they're gonna die. That all of a sudden cars 2 years ago were the most dangerous things. They have to get a $60,000 to $70,000 car loan at a 20% interest rate, or else their kids will die.
You've actually had that conversation? Do they think that they're going to die?
No, because the excuses they use is that I wanted a safe car for my kids. That's fine. But it's the insinuation that 2024, 2023, 2022 cars would literally go on the highway and blow up. Like, I don't understand. They insist if they don't get a brand new car, that it is not a safe car. That is an argument every time with Americans. The $1.6 trillion or $1.5 trillion in car loan debt.
So do you think that's just a lack of education? Because like a car from 2020 is just...
To an extent, I think a lot of it's ego. I think we have unbelievable unchecked egos in society. Unfortunately, we live in a society where people don't actually work on themselves to try to make themselves better people. Because the idea of making yourself a better person and repenting and growing, again, it is an inherently religious, conservative concept that, and this is going to be controversial, the left hates. The left just hates God. Sorry to keep bringing it back to this, but I really think that's the source of the victim mentality shit. It really comes from this idea that because in your subjective view, the universe is unfair to you, so you need to literally just sit there and bitch for eternity. And frankly, I think that the infinite bitching comes from a place of lack of faith and huge egos.
It's as safe as a car.
A huge ego. A lot of people think that being modest is being like, shucks, I didn't really do anything. I'm a loser. I'm a worm. I am just a worm. That's not being modest. All right, that's not having a small ego. Having a big ego is thinking that you are coming from God.
Yeah.
Having a big ego is saying,
The other one was,
I deserve
it's
all
close
the things,
to...
and therefore I'm going to bitch forever. Having a small
the
ego,
14th
being a modest
day,
person is recognizing that these
I
struggles
was
that
going
I'm
to
going
save
through,
it
for whatever
until I
reason,
had a
that I
bigger
cannot possibly
audience.
comprehend. God wanted me to go through this and come out the other side stronger. But hey, that's just my philosophy, and you can disagree, but that's my take.
2026. There's no difference.
Absolutely.
There's no difference in airbags.
And I
no
wasn't
difference in
happy
how it
with the
operates.
other
There's
save
just
that
very
I
few
made.
differences in any of the technology involved. In fact, I tell people, especially people that want a nice car, one of the best investments you can get is get an electric car that's about 2 years old. Like electric Porsches and electric Audis in particular, fucking nobody wants them, man. Nobody wants the used ones, and they're still great.
Oh yeah.
And like, okay, let's look up an Audi e-tron. Look up a 2023 Audi e-tron. How much does it cost now to buy, and what was it new? I think it's like less than 50%.
Yeah.
So there's certain cars where you buy them and they're worth as much a couple years later, like a nice BMW or a Porsche. Like you could get an M5, a BMW M5, and then sell it a year or two later and lose very little money, if any. You get a fucking electric car and you try to sell that bitch in a couple of years, like an electric Porsche. Okay, look at this: 2022 Audi e-tron, $25,000.
I'm shocked. That's less than that's even less than I thought.
2023 Audi e-tron, $27,000. Do you know how fucking crazy that is? That is a 2023
This is
amazing
the most Jewish podcast I've ever listened to in my life.
car. Those cars are fucking incredible. It's a technological tour de force. They're fast as shit. It's all-wheel drive. It's an SUV, a premium plus quattro, $27,000. It only has 37,000 miles on it. Those things don't have engines, like a combustion engine. They don't have nearly the economy that the regular car does. You don't have to change the oil. You just plug that bitch in. You have a fucking amazing car. And the battery range is not the longest.
That's the excuse they use.
226 miles is plenty for you to get to work and get home and go out there, and you can plug that bitch in. I have a Tesla, and it has like, it's a Model S. What does a Model S have? 3, 4?
I can understand this argument that
I have a Tesla too. It's fucking good. What can I say?
true. This person might not have any way to charge it. From
That's an issue.
That's so easy to get in your house now.
Yeah,
But if you live in an apartment, that's totally fair.
Yeah, and if you go to one of those charging stations, you're very vulnerable. If I was a chick, I'd never get an electric car if I didn't have a house.
You have to do it every single day.
Every day.
Fair
Like,
enough.
every day.
Station once.
That's
every
true.
10 days or something.
And like, how long does it take to charge up one of those bitches?
30 to 45 minutes.
So you have 30, 40 minutes every day. Yeah.
That's fair enough.
That's fair.
the
But you're
apartment
getting a
members.
fucking bitchin' car for 27 grand.
And more apartment complexes are installing those charging stations anyway. That you can just leave
They're
your car
basically
overnight.
I
everywhere
live in
now.
one and never actually get to the thing.
Oh.
Why is it? Someone's always in there?
Gets to it and they never move their fucking car.
Oh, they keep it plugged
And I
in.
don't know whose it is. You can go call them and yeah.
Flat tire. Don't do that. I'm just
But
kidding.
I try to think of options, right? Because there's even the options of the place you work might have one. Right outside my building, there's where we film is multiple car charging places. Park in, you go to work. So I'm not saying everyone can do it, but
If you can do it, it's a great option.
But even so, you can get used gas cars for relatively similar, but they will defend to the death on my show, having to get a $60,000
Because
large.
they need to look good. It's all about the ego. It's about what will the friends think. Or what will my homie think if he sees I got an old car?
SUV at an insane interest rate for an 8-year loan, 8-year term. Crazy. But no, you ask me why they're doing it. It's America, baby. That's American. That's freedom. You need a car to get to your job, and you need a job to get to your car. And our culture is built around the house and car. You're a failure if you don't get a house. You're a failure if you don't get a car.
Yeah.
It is American as it gets.
That is true. And it is true that people want a new one. They want a new one. That's part of the status of owning a vehicle. You want to be able to say, it's 2026. Look at these new features.
It's fun.
Apple CarPlay.
And people actually care what the person next to them thinks at the stoplight for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Ego! Weird one. A man with high ego. You mean, it's almost like pride is the #1 of the 7 deadly sins or something. I know, you would never believe it because it's celebrated throughout all of these, freaking anti-God societies that we have popping up all over the West. But damn, it's almost like it's a real killer. And I'm so happy Caleb Hammer got on to Joe Rogan. He's awesome. I really support him. I'm not going to sit here and say I agree with all of his political stances and whatever, but just a guy who's just rational and likes money. My inner Jew being like, rubs hands together. Caleb Hammer like saving money. It's my favorite show. Anyway, moving on. I'm never beating the stereotype, man. Bro, I gotta watch an episode of Caleb Hammer with my grandfather. Dude's 100 years old and he would fucking explode if he watched one of these. Now, a lot of people are leaving the left right now because every time something so obviously evil happens and the leftists continues being their, evil self, exactly what they were always meant to be, I suppose. It starts to wake people up. People start to be like, wait a second, hold up, we gotta leave. We gotta leave the left. Wait, this is my party? It's pretty awesome, actually. So, Destiny, and this is awesome. Destiny says, 33% approval rating, perfect. Send another assassin. Make him collapse in the hall, though. Play the sound effects for 5 shots, but make sure they're completely inexplicable and never reference them again. Kill the assassin. No, wait, actually capture it in perfect health. This is a tweet, basically, this is awesome, because this is a tweet basically saying that the entire thing is staged, and obviously Trump faked an assassination attempt to raise his, polling numbers, which is exactly what Biden did, which is why leftists hired Derek Chauvin to kill George Floyd. Yeah, that was stage 2, actually. Wasn't it nearly as bad as when leftists hired fake ICE agents to kill Renee Good and Alex Preddy? That was crazy. I couldn't believe that leftists went ahead and did that. Yeah, there's a lot we need to talk about here because it's so obvious, actually, that Jeffrey Epstein was paid by leftists to put Trump in the Epstein files. I was really, really surprised when leftists were paying him to rape children in order to frame Trump. Most obvious false flag ever. Anyway, so the reason why this tweet from Destiny saying that the whole thing is staged is very funny is because he doesn't believe it. You see, the left is actually so cartoonishly evil. Not only do they fully support assassinating Donald Trump, don't let them confuse you. I literally covered in my video yesterday how Destiny need to be afraid to go out in public or they'll get killed. Of course they support the assassination of the duly elected Democratic President of the United States of America. They do not believe in thou shalt not murder. So the funny part is, even though he absolutely supports assassination, without a doubt, in my opinion, he still has to make believe it's staged in order to slander the right wing a little bit more. It's pretty awesome, actually, if you think about it. It's honestly cartoonishly evil stuff. I'm officially convinced it was a hoax. The Trump administration recruited a leftist Kamala Harris voting Trump hater to participate in a staged assassination that would include the shooter getting shot at and then locked in federal prison for the rest of his life. The Kamala Harris voter agreed to this plan that works against his political and personal interests because he's just like a really generous guy. Wow. Meanwhile,
I'm not 100% sure. I'm not even sure I want my base in the spot that I started at.
Like they could have easily done. They did this because they are also really strangely generous in a very odd and specific way.
I was kind of thinking of trying to start a base downtown.
Their own interests with no real discernible benefit to any of them. There is no evidence of this plan, and it does not even make any intuitive sense. And the motives for everyone are unclear, if not insane. But I still believe it because I'm a very smart person. That's a very good point there, Matt Walsh. I didn't think of it from that perspective.
Yeah, either that.
But the reality is,
I was kind of thinking of taking over one of those overpass intersections.
That they actually think it's staged. You believing they're retarded was your first flaw, because they're probably just evil, actually. Now, anyway.
Oh yeah, okay.
Cortez, right? AOC says there's no place for political violence.
Yeah, he tried climbing up in the
classic left
chair, and
it's like you have to kill Donald
he
Trump,
dug his claws into the pillow, and the pillow just fell off the chair, and he didn't. I think he felt embarrassed, so he went and slept in the tower.
The dick of some child.
Is Shoujo there? No, she's not there.
I condemn all forms of body mutilation. Okay, dude. Very excited to hear the opinion of the pro-life abortionist. Anyway, I'm so relieved that Hitler is safe and sound. I feel like that's just such a good tweet because, you see stuff like this. You don't even know what they mean by this. Like, because AOC calls him Hitler. So saying that you're happy he's not killed implies that you wouldn't want Hitler to get killed. It's the funniest part because, like, it's such an obvious joke. Of course you wanted him to die. Obviously. That's why you keep calling him Hitler, because you want them to kill him. All right? It's pretty wild. Right? Yes, my position is that reporters shouldn't get dressed up in a tux to have some laughs with terrible president. I also oppose shooting the president. Wow. Shooting people that you don't like. Anyway, so the left is trying to do some sort of gotcha. Right? This is pretty good. This went super viral. Never forget how we have to calm down the weather guy Obama was in office. Right? So this is evidence that the right is just as violent as the left because the right-wing rhetoric is just the same as left-wing rhetoric. You ready?
I need your money to kill babies by abortion. You, taxpayer, give me your money to pay for baby killing.
No, I don't believe in abortion.
I don't care. Render to Caesar what is Caesar's. Give me money to kill babies.
All right, I'll pay you.
You! Kill that woman's baby! Yes. Yes.
Good afternoon. Didn't we agree your first job was going to be free? Damn.
Yeah, so, first of all, I can't believe Obama survived this, honestly. This is the type of rhetoric that's so insane. I can't believe Obama survived. That's one. And two, where's the lie? That's exactly what he promoted. This is literally happening across our country right now. Our tax dollars are literally being used to kill babies as we speak. Where's the lie? So, A, it's accurate. B, Obama survived, thank God. Anyway, it's so wild watching these people do this. Americans, when it's time to aim at the orange man. This is a French guy, obviously freaking the shit out that Trump wasn't assassinated. Again, the French guy, so this means he's probably a Muslim. Anyway, French people, when it's time to go shopping without getting raped by a Muslim. That's a pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Be careful out there.
Anyone else find it weird how Tucker Carlson is dead silent?
Quit gawking. Either buy something or piss off. Watch yourself, stranger. I know some fellers that break legs for coin.
Anyway, I'm on the side of decency and basic human rights.
Listen up, jackass. It's a deal. Disappointment, and you'll find yourself on the wrong end of a rope.
Man, every time the left harasses and slanders the widow of a person that they assassinated, I just think about how grateful I am that they respect women. Yeah, so 22% of liberals under 44 say it's okay to feel happy when a political opponent dies, compared to just 6% of conservatives their age. You know, it's because leftists are immoral psychopaths. Anyway, Michael Knowles says political violence is not a both sides issue. It is not a fringe problem. It comes from the mainstream left. And this is the correct take, actually. He's just completely right, obviously. I love how the responses are like, your guy threatened to wipe out a civilization earlier this month. First of all, did he? Second of all, did that cause a peace treaty? Third of all, it was a fucking tweet. And the reality is the left doesn't actually have a response for something like this, because the violence is basically left-wing. Obviously, you're going to have psychos on the right, you're going to have psychos on the left, but it is actually mainstream policy on the left. The fundamental difference is the left actually supports it ideologically. Not just a mentally ill guy has a crash out, which definitely happens on both sides, because mentally ill people exist. However, it is mainstream policy on the left, actually, that it is the normal stance. Actually, the left will broadly celebrate it, right? When you have a right-wing guy committing a horrible, atrocious act, which has happened, you don't see it celebrated on the right. When you see the most horrible, atrocious act ever being committed on the left, it is celebrated en masse. That just shows the policy is very different. So this guy, Brian Shapiro, oh, really? And then he lists a whole lot of psychos that shoot people or something. I guess he found 10 examples of right-wing violence throughout all of American history, done by individuals and condemned by basically every single person on the right. And in fact, he made the same tweet 100 times. He literally tweeted this same tweet 100 times yesterday. All right, so his response to Donald Trump almost getting assassinated is tweeting 10 examples of when radical far-right people committed horrible acts. I guess that makes it totally okay to kill the president now, right? In fact, I know Brian Shapiro does these debates. I'm willing to debate you on this, man. I'm willing to debate you on left-wing violence. Because while, yeah, I'll cede you, there are a couple of fringe cases of crazies on both sides. I think that institutionally, leftists are just immoral psychopaths. And you could clip this and you could send it to the dipshit, and I'd be more than happy to debate him. I doubt he would, because aside from copy-pasting a tweet, you see left-wing violence every day on the TV. every day. You wake up, you read the news, a leftist killed somebody. So, you know, anyway. And the truth is, people are realizing leftoids are leaving the left. Because you see, the thing is, the way the left won the woman vote, for example, is emotional manipulation. Most people aren't really paying attention to politics, and most people, especially women, are more easily to be manipulated through emotional storytelling. And that's what every college does, and that's what every single media outpost does, and that's what every single one of these organizations do. They just hit you with infinite emotional manipulation. Trump is separating families, the refugees that just want a better place to live. We should give infinite free healthcare to people that invaded our country illegally. Oh, the poor mentally ill rapists, we should let them out of jail forever. And this kind of emotional messaging, it does work on people that aren't really reading into politics, don't really know what's going on, but are going with the flow. And, unfortunately, a lot of people are very consensus-based. They see all of their friends supporting the thing, so they will also support the thing. In fact, they will support the thing so loudly that all their friends appreciate them, congratulate them, and honor them for supporting the thing. So anyway, The emotional blackmail ends the moment reality sets in, the moment these people realize what's actually going on, what they're actually voting for, and that's why so many people are leaving the left whenever this happens. Because like, wait a second, the party I'm voting for are immoral psychopaths.
All right, y'all. I'm officially coming out as a Republican. The left has truly swayed me over to the right. That's right. And I think they're proud of it too. Because all of this stupid controversy going on because of a comment that I made in the video. The left mob is absolutely losing its mind.
Wow.
And I used to be on the left. I used to be gung-ho LGBT.
That's right.
I was an activist.
They all were. It's all about emotional manipulation. Oh, but the poor gays, the poor trans people, they just want to be able to abuse women in women's bathrooms. And you're going to stop them from doing that? All they want to do is live and cut your child's penis off. Are you really going to stop them from living their dream? Oh, God.
LGBT people before gays even had a legal right to marry. I was going out and I was a Glenson representative in my school district. But at this point, I don't want to be associated with the LGBT either. Despite even being gay. Because I can't stand y'all anymore.
Bro, the left is losing the gays.
I made one comment about a grieving mother who was very respectful about how they were referring to their trans child, by the way. They were referring to them as both Michael and Lexi. And in the comments of people that actually knew her child, were referring to her child as Michael. And she was shit on in the comments for referring to her child as her son. Because the left...
So tired of this transgender crap. Hello. I didn't check my analytics this morning. I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm doing all right.
This is going to trigger a lot of women. And if it triggers you, that means it was meant for you. I don't avoid the truth just because someone's ego is not ready to take it. A lot of women proudly say I have standards, but what they really mean is I want a man.
I looked yesterday. I'm a day close.
You want a man who's
a day closer.
Mature, financially stable,
the partner,
loyal, masculine, emotionally intelligent.
That's probably what I still am. I doubt it changed too much.
You expect him to read your mind. You don't want a partnership.
3 more days.
You want a provider, a therapist, a mind reader, all in one man. You demand emotional maturity.
So far, this stream's looking pretty good.
You want consistency, but chase men who give you anxiety because chaos feels exciting. You say you want a masculine leader, but reject anything that.
But like I said yesterday, I might already have those 3 days, and I just waiting out the clock. But
standards aren't about
I don't know.
What you demand from others. Standards are about what you demand from yourself. If you want emotional maturity, heal your triggers. If you want consistency, stop entertaining inconsistency. If you want depth, stop showing up.
It should be. I'm basically running out the clock. That's how I'm looking at it. I just gotta wait for.
Men don't exist. But because you're not the woman
probably
your ideal man would choose. Build your standards on your
I'm thinking, well, at the soonest, 3 days. But I don't think that's going to happen. But at the most, I think it'll probably be about a week and a half.
Actually don't want equal
and I should make
they couldn't handle it if they got it quite
well, as long as I keep pulling numbers.
World out there. What a lot of women are actually asking for, and you can look aghast at this, is special treatment.
But this stream's looking pretty good. Yeah. This stream's looking pretty good so far.
That special treatment. I think what women need to realize is that you have to toughen up.
I didn't have a very good stream last night.
You have to be paid on performance. and you have to be paid for the results you deliver. It's a tough world out there, and I don't think Karen Brady and others are doing us any favours by putting this sort of debate out there. I think we have to just...
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my night streams. I don't know why I don't get as much. I was almost sure I'd get more. That's where I'd be getting all my views from.
Of colour. Do we want everything
But I don't.
to be Magnolia? No, we don't.
I gotta try to figure out why I'm not doing well at night.
She's everything that a woman's supposed to be. Soft-spoken, elegant, extremely laid back, extremely...
When y'all get in an argument, what is she doing?
If you want, well,
okay.
I guess I'm gonna have to pay you now that you did
She
it.
does what grown women do. She lets me be right until I realize I'm wrong.
Damn.
That's how grown women navigate. Yeah, I deal with feminine women.
Wait, say it again.
That was hard. Say it again.
She allows me to be right until I come back and realize I'm wrong. That's what smart women do.
So when do you come
Ladies, that's a new standard.
It could be when I leave. I could go get in my car. It could be a day. It could be 2 days.
What if you never realize it?
She knows what kind of man she got. I'm gonna realize it.
Man, this is the Nothing But the Truth live podcast.
Do you guys believe that the man or the husband should be a leader just because he is the male, or is it?
Well,
because
I think
displays
a lot of
leadership
it
qualities?
is from him anyway. So I don't know. I don't know.
I don't agree with that. How so? I mean, sure, you can say that there are biological differences between a man and a woman, but that doesn't make...
I mean, as long as...
I get so upset because why
You
are
break any of
men
my
inherently
shit,
born deserving respect?
As long as I'm having a good morning stream,
Right? There's no biology.
It's more like I just kind
to earn it because of feminism,
of wish
where
it
we
would do better.
made ourselves compete with men rather than relaxing into our feminine maternal role where we don't have to earn.
Now, what do you think feminism is? I'm just curious.
Well,
I got work
I
to
would
do
go
if you don't
by
can't
the
say I'm not
definitions of the
surprised.
first wave feminist who sought to overthrow the family and
They sought to do.
I don't think that's so. Who would you say were like the first wave?
Well, feminism, the typical definition is social, political, and economic equality between the sexes. I don't think anything in that definition is saying we should overthrow the family or that we don't believe in loving marriages or partnerships. But when you say these biological differences between men and women make men better suited to be a leader, which ones? And where's like your basis for that? Like what skills?
Men are larger. They're stronger. Hormonally, men produce more vasopressin, which is the hormone that makes them better protectors, fighters. They're able to...
All those beautiful women, revealing women, they will always be desired by men.
Do they want to date you, or they just want to have?
They want to date us.
But they won't want to marry you. They're not going to marry you.
Kind of concept.
And why did you reject them? Because they're f***ing simps. The only men who would propose to an girl is a man who doesn't respect himself, who's a simp. Naturally, you're going to reject it, obviously. No, it's 100% true. It's for multiple reasons. Number one, it's because through promiscuity, they don't want to get diseases, they don't want a kid that's not theirs, but also, no, it's true.
Diseases for what?
For women who are promiscuous.
You do realize the industry, it's harder to catch an STI when you're working as a sex worker in the industry than it is to sleep with random people.
The people in like the trad industry, they all like have, because you guys don't test for, you don't test for everything.
Yes, we do. We test for everything.
You guys just assume that you all,
that's not true.
They do not test for herpes.
I can show you my test right now. Got my phone.
I mean, you can show me. Can you send the test results to the Instagram page?
Sure.
I mean, again, so do you want to read your results?
You were right.
It doesn't check for herpes. It doesn't check for herpes.
I'll show you though.
A good woman is hard to find, right? Funny, because if you ask any woman if she's a good woman, she'll say yes. So somebody's lying. Somebody's not telling the truth. Either the men can't recognize a good woman if she slapped them in the face, or a whole lot of women are lying to themselves about who they really are. Now let's be real. A good woman.
Hey, how's it going?
It's not about being cute. It's not about having your own money. It's not about not cheating. That's basic.
Really? I did not see that.
Standard. A good woman brings peace, not drama. She respects her man in public and in private. She can
I wonder why that happened.
Without turning it into a 3-hour argument. She knows how to disagree without the disrespect. She pours into her man without.
But all those people that invested in gold for retirement.
Judge themselves by their intentions, while everybody
Yeah, he just climbed up there a little while ago.
Based on their actions. So a woman.
He was embarrassed because he fell out of the chair.
She means well, But if her actions are prideful, selfish, and defensive, guess what? That's not good. Good women aren't rare because they don't exist. They're rare because most women stop doing the work to become one. But they still claim the title anyway.
My problem is I can be like, you know what? I want a little bit of male attention, okay? I want a little bit of that male gaze. And then, like, 5 million men could give me attention.
I'm thinking of getting Buddy a harness so I could take him on walks. He is getting fat.
50,000 years. And the reason is because that, I really just want one specific man's attention.
But I tried to get him to go outside. He does not. He spent the first year and a half of his life outside, and he's like, I'm done with it. I don't need to go outside anymore.
There's such a fine line on being approached when you go out, because sometimes I'll go out and I'll be like, men don't approach anymore. They're all pussies. They don't approach. But then other times, I'll get approached too often, and then I'm feeling chopped.
There's a guy hiding back there. Yep, I knew it.
I'm like, am I giving approachable? I'm going to be unapproachable beauty tonight. Like they say, men don't approach hot girls. So when I get approached, I'm like,
whoa! Where'd you come from? Sneaking up behind me.
When I see a
Get
man
up.
that's so fine, and then I pass him, and he doesn't say anything. When people say, oh, girls don't shoot, they shot. Yes, they do. If I look at you like this, say you walking this way, and I'm walking like this, and if I look at you like this, that's me shooting my shot. Come say something.
One of the things that I
Hang on, give me a minute.
One of the clips, maybe a couple minutes back, said, you know, being a good woman.
I want to
is not
change this
about
video anyway, so.
how much money you have, how good you look.
I just looked at it a little bit ago. Let me refresh it. 42 average viewers. I've only been streaming for an hour and a half, though, so that's actually really good.
Are you feeling romantic, baby?
Why, what's going on?
Are you feeling romantic?
Stop it! Stop it right now!
It's Turkish date night!
What the hell is that? Is that Kaya with a wig?
Well, it's a general mastiff, and yes, that's a horse.
How come Chunk got the horse?
Well, you're about to find out.
Oh, no.
So today, we're doing a little bit of internet archiving work, right?
I'm sorry, I just got hypnotized by the horse's tits.
Yeah, the horse has got tits.
The horse has got decent tits.
We're doing a service, right? We're doing a little bit of preservation work because the clips we're about to see have been scrubbed from the internet.
Oh, you're being a custodian, are you?
I'm being a custodian, that's right.
Dirty, dirty librarian.
Now let's rewind a bit. So
I was just talking with Julianne about
what Hassan and Chank's first cousin grandparents would have
my.
to say about this.
I gotta
And the
improve
videos,
my.
Let's just say the videos are about. How can I say this? We're getting yeeted from
I
YouTube.
did check
Yeah, that's
X,
good.
but I
Animal
checked
love.
it
Videos
way
about
early
animal
this
love.
morning. I probably checked it
Now, when
before.
I was referencing the first cousin grandparents, Chank or Chunk admitted in an old clip that his grandparents and presumably Hassan's great grandparents
We're first cousins.
were first cousins.
I knew that one.
Did you guys know that 10% of those married in the world are married to their first cousin?
Isn't that amazing?
10% of those married are married to their
That means
first
1
cousin.
in 10 married couples you know their first
In the
cousins.
world. In the world,
by the
yeah.
way.
So in the United States, it's frowned upon, right?
Now, did you catch that? Chunk goes, no, by the way, guys.
He's got his shoulders all stiff together like he's got a secret.
Well, my take is that his co-hosts are like, let's talk over him. We don't want him putting his foot in it. Shut up, Chunk.
We're saving you from yourself.
Yeah.
I do want to say it has been recent scientific evidence indicating that the likelihood of a child being born with certain disabilities because of incest is much smaller than we thought.
By the way, you think you don't know anyone who, you know, in America, you were joking around that 1 in 10, etc. My grandparents are first cousins. Yeah.
That does not shock me.
It does.
It does explain a lot, Chunk. It does explain a lot. Now, my other theory, right? See how he said that, and the producer immediately cut to the Young Turks graphic?
Oh, I thought it was a commercial. Cut to commercial. Cut to commercial.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I reckon it was. The producer's like, shut the fuck up, Chunk. You're never going to live this down.
Wait, was this live? Didn't they have the opportunity to edit?
Well, I think most of their videos are recorded kind of on the fly. They don't do much editing. They're like Karen.
Yeah, but if there was something you were going to edit.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he probably thought he was being funny. Which he is, but we're laughing at him, not with him.
It explains a lot. It explains a lot, Chunk. Retardation.
So I remember a few years ago, I think it was
I don't
like
have shotgun shells, damn it.
maybe 2021.
Chunky yogurt.
Ran for Congress in LA.
He did too.
Or in California.
What a spectacular fail that was.
Yeah, and Bernie Sanders endorsed him. But then he found some resurfaced blog posts and clips from Chunk, and he had to unendorse him.
Was it the animals thing?
It was the animals thing. It was like some old stuff about women and how misogynistic he used to be. But we're here to have a look at the animal stuff, because the animal stuff is fucked up and it's being scrubbed from the internet. So I've got a bunch of old clips we're going to watch, and I've tried my best to clean them up. I've tried my best to clean up the audio, make them audible, that sort of thing. But we've got to work with what we got. You want to have a look?
Yes, but before we get into that, what the fuck ever happened to his book?
Oh, I don't know. Fuck.
Didn't he ask for money to do that book?
Yeah, and he released it. I'm not sure what happened. I mean, who's going to read fucking Chunk Yogurt's book?
Oh, he did release it.
He did release it, yeah.
Wow, that was a blip in time.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Let's go! So this is the main offender. This is the law starter about Chunk and his animal habits.
I have decided what that Boing Boing chick was doing. She was doing a jaywalking bestiality. Like, yeah, it might technically be a crime, but let's not waste the court's time on jaywalking.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, fair enough.
But here comes the controversial part, the part I shouldn't say.
No, you probably shouldn't say this, Chuck. What they're talking about, right, as far as I can gather, because this is like from 2013, they're talking about some bill in Missouri, I think, or Louisiana, and it was like a cruelty to animals bill, and they've tied it into some story about...
Oh, you son of a bitch!
And some chick who did things with her. And he's saying, look, as far as horse loving is concerned, I don't think she committed that much of a crime. Let's go easy on it.
Chunk, that's victim blaming. Did the horse get aroused? Then the horse enjoyed it.
You've got no idea how close you are to reality.
Get the fuck out.
I believe that if I were the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are giving, where you are pleasuring the animal.
Stop! Stop, John! For the love of God, stop!
My jaw, it's on the floor.
Oh my God. If he was the benevolent dictator of the world.
It's benevolence.
But only where you're pleasuring... Was it you're pleasuring the animal?
Yes. You have to be the pleasurer, not the pleasuree.
Right, I don't even want to go into that.
You see what I'm saying? Okay.
No.
Okay. Now, why? Why did that happen? It's the dumbest thing I've said.
It really is the dumbest thing you said.
No, I'll tell you why.
Look at Anna. Did you see how she looked down? It's like, fuck me, fuck my life.
This is going to be a clip on the internet.
Why am I angry
forever
with this guy?
And you're going to see there's a lot of that in this video.
Because was the case that we covered where there was like a guy or a girl or something that was pleasuring a horse, and the horse came to a conclusion, right? So who got harmed?
You know that people who are, okay, look, not to be a downer about what you're saying, because what you're saying sounds kind of funny, but a lot of people who are being raped can actually, like, have an orgasm. So, like, if a guy is being raped, he can have an orgasm. Like, you can't say, oh, okay, if you come, that means you wanted it. That's not the right way to go.
But number one, you're being an unbelievable downer.
I am, but that's the truth.
Number two, they're not both humans. Number three, I mean, if you really ask the horse, did you mind? The answer's got to be, oh. No.
This is such an awkward conversation.
It is.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to leave it be, okay?
Yeah, you leave it be, Chunk.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. A horse is a horse, of course. Oh, split.
I mean, isn't that wild? But we're just scratching the fucking surface.
No.
Do you want to get into a bit of Hassan?
I can't.
How many times did I say stop during that?
I know, I refuse. I just want to play these clips out. I want to preserve them for the internet.
By the way, isn't it amazing what Anna used to look like before she had the alien makeover?
The nose job.
The nose job, the Botox, the fillers.
She looked like an Armenian.
She doesn't want to look like that anymore.
Clearly not, no. Let's do Hassan.
Guys, I love sex, okay? I fucking love sex, dude. And I think it's one of the best things you can do on this planet. And I love to do it with humans, dude. nothing substitutes, dude.
Okay.
That's a really weird thing to add on.
I especially love it with humans.
Humans.
Wow.
Where is your train of thought?
What's the point of comparison?
Yes. What are you comparing it to?
Oh, that's
what
grimy.
else have you had sex with? He's put a hamster up his butt, hasn't he?
There's more.
You know what? Fucking dogs is actually good. It's actually great. I want to fuck dogs. My dog likes to get fucked. And enough people decide that fucking dogs is actually a good thing. What I'm trying to say is that at that point, we're giving the freedom to dogs to people who want to fuck dogs under that communist utopia.
Okay, he's not even hinting anymore. Now, I get that he might be joking there, some sort of weird, fucked up, sick joke, but it just keeps coming up and coming up and coming up.
I don't know, Bering. He's always talking about how he wants that communist utopia.
Yeah, but how does that relate to fucking dogs?
It's a really weird thing to bring up, to even have it, like, cross your mind. And Hasana's got, like, stream brain, where it's autopilot, and you just say whatever's in your subconscious because you stream too fucking much.
It's still sus.
Once you go horse, you can't go back.
How do you like live with yourself and walk the streets? Like, you know that there are people who are like whispering, that's the guy who put the horse.
Oh, giddy up.
Okay.
Anna's over it.
I know. So you can see how far back we're going right now. As I said, I've done my best to clean up these clips. And a lot of this, because the camera quality and the set didn't change like for fucking years, you kind of think that a few of these clips are the same, but I want you to take note of the clothes that they're wearing. This is multiple occasions he's brought up bestiality.
I was going to say, it looks like VHS quality.
Yeah.
A couple got caught making more than 100 tapes where a woman is with dogs. 3 different dogs.
Please. Making love to dogs. You know what they did with the dogs? Here we go.
Everything that you could possibly imagine.
Okay, all right, let's stop.
Every sexual act that you could ever imagine was done with these 3 dogs. And what she would do is she would tape it all, okay? She would tape it all, and she would try to sell them on the internet.
First of all, the bestiality, I get it. Some people are into bestiality.
What?
This ain't right, bro.
You get it. You get that. Some people are into bestiality. Chunk.
He keeps trying to justify it.
I know, and it keeps coming up. Like, talk about something else. I mean, he usually
wipe
talks
that
about politics,
smirk off
but there
your
just
face.
seems to be this
Doing one
underlying,
job doesn't
constant
make us
smattering
pals.
of fucking
What the hell
animals.
Yeah,
do you
you'd
want
think they'd
this
learn.
time?
You'd think whoever's behind the camera would come across the stories like, okay, what are we talking about today? Oh, no, kick the one out about the dog fucking. He's gonna say something retarded again.
Forget the fact that it's a dog. Like, you're into the dog. But how can you be into this girl? I mean, this woman. I mean, like, I'm not interested in... I don't care if I have a turtle fetish if she's the only woman in America having sex with turtles.
I would not be interested in that human. Oh, man.
Even the rambling, the incoherent rambling, where it's all subconscious shit, is like, forget about it and the dog. I get that you're into the dog. What? Why do you get that?
I can't get into it. I mean, look at it, right? You know what happened, by the way? It explains in the police report. The dogs would ejaculate. Okay, they would erupt. Let's put it that way. Is it really dog rape if the dog can't? Right?
Oh, Jane.
I've got no words. I mean, I was putting this together last night, just like jaw dropped, just thinking, fuck me. Because I knew there was like weird shit out there that Chunkers said, but I didn't know the extent of it.
Yeah, to be honest, I've seen that first clip. I didn't know all this shit existed.
Yeah, now you can tell by the quality, I've had to go to people's reactions to these clips and stuff and like cut stuff out and like just salvage it how I could. Because every single one of these is obviously
you want
yeeted from
guarantee,
Young
huh?
Turks channel.
Well,
Yeah.
See, when the
maybe you should
Congress
try
when the
Shamway.
Congress stuff happened, then Bernie Sanders disavowed him. He said, you know what, I think we better take all these animal fucking stuff off the YouTube channel.
I do not endorse dog fucking.
So this is what I'm talking about. This next clip looks like the last clip, like it could be the same show, but he's wearing a different outfit.
I know that it's illegal. I know that there's good arguments to be made against it. And I think that there are some interesting arguments to be made for. In bestiality, there are farm animals involved.
There's some good arguments to be made. What are the good arguments?
Oh, no. They came, Barry.
No, but seriously, in his mind, what are the good arguments? That's not a good argument.
You said in his head. His head
This
a
is,
fucked
oh
up
my god.
place.
See,
Yeah,
this is
it's
the kind of
very
video I need to
obvious.
be reacting to. This is fucking nuts, man.
Yeah, that's a little different.
Like, I knew he said the thing about
as opposed to men and
the
women.
pleasuring
But
the
beyond
animals.
The whole point
If he was
is,
the
are there
benevolent
consenting adults?
dictator in the world. I knew he said that, I had no idea he was.
Fixated on the horses.
Well, that's why I've got him with a horse.
It makes sense now.
From Slate magazine did a great story about bestiality and the history behind it.
It just keeps coming. Oh, God, did you hear what I just said then?
Slate magazine did a great story about bestiality. When's the last time you fucking saw an article about bestiality and thought, wow, that was great?
That was tremendous.
Yeah.
Very well done.
So it turns out that in Europe and colonial New England, people were terrified at the thought of atheists having sex with animals. They're acting slutty, okay? They're being totally slutty animals.
I love the idea of like a horse being like, come here, big guy.
Yeah. So there's this great story. Okay?
Oh, sorry. The fuck are you putting
That's
me
going to be
through?
burnt into your memory, just chunk going.
Yeah, just the zoom in of his face too as well.
You see what I mean, though? He can't stop bringing it up. It's
No.
fucking sus.
No.
It's really fucking sus.
It's awful.
A serial goat rapist on the loose in Florida. Of course! Where else would this story be? In Collinsville, Florida, Sharon Cruz Pacina is worried about her goats because she knows that the same guy is coming around and apparently taking advantage of her. And so she's called the cops several times, and she's worried that the cops aren't taking this seriously.
Why the smile?
I don't know. He's just so happy. I'm really
He's
happy
the one.
presenting this to you.
It's like this goat f***er's getting away with it. Go, goat f***er.
Yeah, go. Get that goat.
You see what I'm saying, though? He just can't stop talking about it. And it's really fucking weird. So the last thing I'll show you is Anna getting all fucking precious about Chunk being called an animal f***er.
To go out of your way to smear him like this, to take videos where he's obviously making a joke. Like, they're trying to paint him as someone who's like pro-bestiality. I mean, the most egregious, ridiculous, pathetic smears you can imagine, they're just printing and they're taking it at face value from a Twitter troll.
From a Twitter troll?
Twitter troll.
This is all just from a Twitter troll.
Yeah, nothing came from him.
Yeah, like there's no video, I was going to say in 4K, but like 180p. You know what I mean? This is documented history, Anna. You can't escape it, I'm sorry.
It's just been brought up way too much.
It has, hasn't it?
It's clearly a thought that is living underneath the surface about animal loving. It's deeply ingrained into his chunky skull.
Yeah. So that's Tucky's date night. Did you have fun?
No, I didn't.
Visit Sugar Tit. She has a channel.
Yes, I do.
Thanks for watching. We'll catch you later. Ta-ta. Bye-bye.
See ya.
When entitled people clash with the law and those who enforce it, their behavior often goes from bad
I do nothing! Stop!
They ignore the police and act rudely.
Are those her glasses or mine?
They were on the car, they're mine now.
Well, they look a lot like mine.
They were on the car.
However, they all have one thing in common. In the end, they pay the price.
Touch me. Oh, yeah. Oh, no way. Oh.
Ma'am, it's the police department. I need to talk to you. Thank you. Just real quick, you're not in trouble. Ma'am, if you keep walking away, we're going to have to arrest you. Listen, I'm going to explain it to you. I will arrest you. I will arrest you. I will arrest you. So, criminal trespassing.
How? Whenever I was
Listen, can I explain it to you?
No, you can't because they're bullshit. Because I didn't even get to go buy food or anything.
You know, I understand that. I get it. I understand that. I understand that. What? Yes, I do. They didn't want you to go inside. That's why.
I didn't even go inside, and I go to that store all the time. And this never
And
happened.
that's why they want us to issue a criminal trespass.
I go to the store all the time and I buy.
I get it. I get it.
I pay
I
for
get it. And I'm not saying that you steal anything. I'm not. I'm just telling you that's what they want to do, and so I have to do it. I have to. If since they called us and told me to come and issue. Because you're starting to because you're refusing to go back to my car. This is your last hit. Let's go. Grab the leash. I don't care. You're about to go to jail. You are going to go to jail.
What?
Go to my patrol car.
For what?
Go ahead. Take
Stop. Like,
take
for
the dog.
what? What am I going? This isn't even my dog. Like,
Okay.
I'll give you the dog.
Okay, then let it go.
For what? I don't even want.
Take it, Ernie.
Like,
Okay.
twisting it the wrong way, dude. Like, stop. Like, I'm
You're
not
twisting it the wrong way, dude.
You're going in handcuffs.
No, I'm not. Like, all I said is that I wasn't gonna sign the paper. Like, you can't do this to me. I haven't done nothing. Stop. Help. Dude, I haven't done nothing.
You're probably a bit confused about what's going on here, so let me clarify. Someone from a nearby store requested that the police issue a criminal trespass warning to the mentioned girl. Because she refuses to accept it and ignores the officer's commands, he is currently handcuffing her in order to further process the said request. A criminal trespass warning is a formal admonition issued by property owners or law enforcement to an individual. It warns the person that they are not allowed to enter or remain on a specific property. If the individual returns to the property after receiving a warning, they can be arrested and charged with criminal trespass. So, for some reason, the
Great.
store
Here
employees do
you
not
go.
want the girl on the screen near
Spend it
their
all in one
premises.
place.
Now, get ready for what comes next.
Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up.
Name's not important. Let's get one thing straight. You're not working with me. You're working for me.
You're under arrest. We're done. How? Because I told you multiple times to go to my car.
You were ordering me. I didn't do anything.
One, two.
I didn't even do anything. I was waiting for him to bring me some food. Like, I haven't done nothing. No. I haven't done anything, dude. Like, I swear. I was waiting for him to bring me some food from inside, and he didn't even bring me food.
You're going to jail.
I haven't even been in that store. Dude, I don't have warrants, nothing. For what? For what obstruction? I was sitting there with the dog. No! You can't take me because I'm pregnant.
Hey, we're not going to do this. So get your car.
No!
There's no way around it, okay?
No! I want a real reason to go to jail because I was just sitting there waiting for food. I haven't even been in the
car. Get in the car.
No!
Take me. You're going to get another charge. Get out of the way.
You have no right! I haven't even done anything. I'm waiting for food!
Get in. Get in.
God damn.
I told her, hey, stop. I need to talk to you. Told her several times to stop. She finally stopped. I was talking to her. I told her, I said, hey, I need to issue your criminal trespass warning from failing on it. Right, she got pissed. I never got to go in. They never let me in, yada, yada, yada. And I was like, yeah, that's because they didn't want you in to begin with. And I said, you came over here, so I'll get issue that. And she refused to walk over here. And the whole time, so I just grabbed a hold of her. She wasn't wanting to move, so we went now. No, I'm just...
I haven't done nothing. No, I was just waiting for him to give me food.
As you saw, the situation completely escalated. The girl keeps repeating that she hasn't done anything, but she doesn't understand that she's been arrested and that the police officers are acting this way because she simply won't listen and refuses to cooperate. The police have realized by now that it will be difficult to deal with her in this way, and therefore they must change their approach towards the girl. It is also concerning that she is allegedly pregnant, but we still don't know whether this is true or just a trick to get out of trouble.
Ma'am, let me talk to you real quick, okay? Don't, you're not getting under arrest. Just don't. Don't make it hard on you. We're gonna get you checked out. Trust me.
Hey, Estella, listen to me. I want you to listen, okay? Alright, Estella? And listen, if you don't listen to me, you're not gonna understand what's going on. Alright? You don't have to look at me, I don't care, but I want you to listen to me, okay? Okay? From the very beginning, I never told you that you had a CCW at the family. Listen, I'm gonna explain it, okay? I never told you that you had a criminal trespass warrant. I never told you that you stole anything. I never accused you of any of those things. What I told you, what I was trying to tell you, was that the people at Family Dollar wanted to issue you a criminal trespass warrant. For whatever reason, they don't have to have a reason, okay? Now, that's why I was telling you over and over and over, because I need you to go to my patrol unit, that way I could get all of your information, and then that way I could issue you a criminal trespass warrant. Okay, even though you didn't, even if you would have refused to sign the criminal trespass warning, you would not have gone to jail, okay? You would have still gone on your way. And so when I grabbed a hold of your arms to put you in handcuffs, you began trying to pull away from me. And then when I was trying to walk you to my patrol car, you still continued trying to pull away from me, at which point I took you down to the ground and put you in handcuffs, and at which point that's why you're now under arrest.
As I said, the officer calmly explained to Estella why everything just happened, and since she finally calmed down, it seems she finally understands the situation she's in. Now, they are taking her to the hospital for an examination to determine if there are any injuries, and the officer explained to her that everything will be fine if she remains calm, but let's see how long it will take before she becomes aggressive and loud again.
That's not what this is.
Well, then what is it? Because other than that, you have no legal right. Like, none whatsoever. None. Because I've never had a criminal trespass
I never
at
said
the
you
dollar
did.
store.
I never said you did.
Then why? Because I refused to sign your paperwork?
No. You can read up on the laws, okay? Because it is a lawful.
I'm not doing any medical service here.
That's okay.
You
You
go
can,
ahead and take it to jail.
you can refuse it all you want. They're still going to come and ask you questions.
I'm not
And
doing it.
even
I'm not
if you-
doing it.
That's fine.
I'm not doing it.
That's fine. You don't
Like,
have
I'm
to.
seriously not doing it. I swear on this baby's life, I'll use this kid while you guys chase me out. I swear to God. I do that on everything I do. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I have no reason to be in handcuffs. I just want to rest alone. Like you guys and everybody else. I just want to be left alone. I don't need your help. I didn't even need your help then. Let me go. Let me alone.
God damn it.
You guys have no legal right whatsoever. Stop.
No, just fucking taser.
Thanks. And then sign that. Alright, we're good right there. Alright, Estella. I'm gonna give you the opportunity to stand up and walk to the car and get it on your own, okay? Because listen, I don't want to cause any more issues, alright? Watch your legs.
In the end, Estella was charged with resisting an officer. And now, take a look at this case where the police received a report of improperly parked vehicles blocking free passage on the street. The officer who went to the scene looked for the vehicle owner in a nearby house, but no one answered. When the tow truck arrived to take the vehicles away, a young lady came out of the house to prevent the towing of the vehicles.
Miss? You have an association with this car?
Yeah, it's my boyfriend's car.
Can you prove ownership?
Yeah, I have a title. The problem was it wasn't running. That's why it's been parked right there. But
Okay,
I
well,
tried to push it into the driveway.
We've been here for half an hour trying to reach someone. So now they have it, and now he'll
But
have
I'm
to
right
make
here.
a ring.
Is there any way you could just...
You don't own it. He doesn't own it.
Yes, we both own it. It is our car.
Is the title in your name?
It is in his name.
Then that does us no good.
He lives here. Excuse me. Please, can you please make an exception?
I've been here for half an hour. I banged on your door. Got nothing.
I didn't hear it.
Okay. So you can go show proof and then pick it up. You know anyone knows this car? That's next. You know them? Okay. That one's going next.
I wasn't aware that.
This one's already done. So.
Could you please make an exception and help me push it into the driveway? So that
No, because you don't even own it.
Yes, we do.
No, you said some other person who's not here owns it. And they didn't register it. So they can go to the tow yard, show proof, and pick it up.
Well, Jessica, they're towing the B7 and they're about to tow my car, so you guys should get back here. The B7 is still right here, but the police officer is not letting me take possession of our car.
Why?
I don't know. Why aren't you letting me put this car into my driveway?
You don't own it, miss.
He owns it and he lives here.
Okay, well, if he were here, maybe. If someone else were here, maybe I'd talk to them.
I guess so. They're taking the B7 right now. I guess it's loaded up on the thing. He won't let me push it into our driveway.
If you don't move, I'll arrest you, miss.
He's saying he's gonna arrest me if I don't move. They're going to be here in 5 minutes.
Move or you'll be arrested, miss.
Wait 5 minutes.
You're gonna be arrested if you don't move.
They said, let me talk to my boyfriend real quick.
Move away or you'll be arrested.
You can't arrest me when they're going to be here in 5 minutes.
Watch me? Are you an adult? You wanna watch?
Can you please stop?
Wanna watch?
Listen.
No, I don't listen to you, miss.
Please stop your power.
Last chance. Last
Please
chance.
stop your power.
Move out of the way.
Please.
It's not your car. You're in the way.
Can you please listen to me?
No, you need to listen. Are you gonna move or not?
I will move.
Turn around. Place your hands behind your back.
No, he's saying he's gonna arrest me.
Turn around. Place your hands behind your back. Are you gonna move or not? Are you refusing to move, miss? You're gonna be arrested. Turn around and place your hands behind your back if you're not gonna move. Turn around and place your hands behind your back if you're not gonna move.
Listen, dude, can you please?
Not dude. Yes or no?
You can't arrest me.
Yes, I can. Turn around.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you don't have probable
John,
cause.
start.
You do not have probable cause. We're
I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to, but I can't. Obstruction is the probable cause. All right. Now we go. Now you're under arrest.
The officer must establish vehicle ownership before taking any action. If the owner is not present and someone else claims ownership or association with the vehicle, they may need to provide evidence such as the vehicle title or registration. If a person interferes with the lawful towing of a vehicle, such as standing in front of it to prevent the tow truck from taking it, they can be arrested for obstruction. The officer is acting within the law and following procedure, even though the girl does not like it, especially now that she is in handcuffs. But wait until her boyfriend arrives. That's when the real show starts.
Why the are my cars being towed? I'm not coming down. Put my cars back down. I'm not doing this. We've had zero warning, zero anything. You're arresting my girlfriend. What the is going on?
I just got here.
Okay, so explain.
Last morning started out, you pulling up like this and being hot.
I was doing the speed limit. I'm not doing anything illegal. Not doing anything hotter than you guys are doing right now.
I just got here. So, what's going on your side?
I show up to all my cars being towed away and someone being arrested.
Are they in the roadway?
No, they were parked here.
Sir, can you help me understand what's going on here? Well, now that if this is your vehicle, and you can prove ownership, now you have to pay the release fee.
No, why? I didn't do anything. Why is it getting towed?
It's illegally parked at a roadway hazard.
What's going on?
Sir, I just got here. I was talking
Who
to
am I
my
going to talk to?
Well, don't walk up on him like that.
No, you won't. Yes, I will. What's going on? Wait. You want to tow all my You guys are messing with the wrong people. You're gonna be sued. Couldn't go about it being parked right there.
No one can answer any questions. You're just taking my shit.
Sir, I just got here to search someone. So I don't know if I don't know what's going on.
Okay, what do you guys want to do here? You done bowling
I am
us?
talking with my partner, figuring what's
Okay,
going
you're
on
parked in
now.
my front yard, so what do you want to do? Not in your front yard. We're in the street.
You just took my car for no reason.
This is not helping you guys.
I don't. Shut the up, please. What are we doing? You guys asking questions? You guys done then? Can you get the out of here? No.
We're on the public road right now.
Okay, just shut
So was my car. Couldn't even wait 2 minutes for me to come back. I get back and then I get ignored. You guys are and you're just gonna ignore me.
You made a statement. Do you have a question?
I have a million questions. You guys won't answer them. You answer them with the vaguest, dumbest, like, I don't know what's going on, and that's because you guys won't explain it to me. I'm trying to be reasonable.
The car was towed. We were called here for a reason.
What's the reason?
I wasn't dispatched. I came as a backup officer.
Backup for what? To tow extra cars?
Because my partner made an arrest. I'm a backup officer. That's why I'm here.
You just got here, so you don't know.
Please step back. Thank you.
Thank you. You don't have to step back for
well, they shoot, so
I shoot too.
When the policewoman asked the owner where his vehicles had been parked, he replied that they were on the driveway, which we know is not true. It seems the young man is quite irritated by the situation, probably most of all because he quickly realized that he was wrong, and there was nothing he could do about it except curse and yell. The improperly parked cars were towed, his girlfriend arrested, and it all points to the end of this mess, but the young man decided to stir things up a bit more.
I gotta find my eyeglasses. I may have when she was twisting around.
Off the property. Off the property. Where do you think he's standing?
Are those her glasses or mine?
They were on the car. They're mine now.
They look a lot like mine.
They were on the car.
So now we're good.
I'm not doing it.
Why are you running?
Hey, get off my property. Off my property. Can we
I think he has my eyeglasses.
And this news broke, ladies and gentlemen, from the Sunday Times in the last hour or so, and I'm still reeling from it. Just when you think that this story cannot get any more shocking, well, here we are. Breaking tonight, police at the centre of the Henry Novak scandal reportedly tried to intervene during his killer's murder trial over fears about what people were saying online. According to the Sunday Times, the Hampshire police wanted to issue a public statement during the trial to combat what they called misinformation surrounding the case.
So just when you thought this Henry Novak story couldn't get any worse, we just got a recent revelation. I believe it was from the Times of London initially, and it's being reported by GB News, that the police department at the center of the Henry Novak case actually decided that they were going to release a statement during the trial of his murderer that would have undercut the actual murder trial that the prosecution was running in order to save face and combat what is referred to as disinformation on social media. Now, of course, this is the same police department that fought tooth and nail in order to hide this body cam footage from the public, because this particular incident actually took place on December 3rd of last year. And the fact is, the reason why they wanted to hide this, the reason why they didn't want anyone to see this, is that this particular police department decided when they arrived at the scene of the crime that the person who was bleeding to death, who was stabbed, was not actually the victim based on the color of his skin, and of course based on the false allegations, as the Super Ray would call them.
False allegations and not facts.
From Vikram Digwa, who of course was the murderer, that in fact this white individual, for no reason at all, even a little bit, no justification, attacked him racially. And in fact, they honed in on bruises that didn't exist on Digwa's face.
Has anyone been hurt other than him?
Yeah, me. Grabbed my brother, he took my turban off, started grabbing my head.
Are you injured?
Yeah, I've got
swollen eye, a little bruise.
Alright, just step back a little bit for me.
Rather than check in on the person that was dying, and of course, there's the iconic line that should bring in infamy in the United Kingdom, which is the man saying that he has been stabbed, and the UK police officer saying, "I don't think you have, mate."
Someone flag these down. Right, let's get you out of there, shall we? Oh. Grab his other arm. What's happened to you, alright? You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? I don't think you have, mate.
Just when you thought this couldn't get any worse, just when you thought this couldn't get any more reprehensible, it turns out that this particular police department, the Southampton Police Department in the UK, decided that they were going to try to portray Henry Novak as the aggressor in his own murder, even though they knew otherwise, during the trial, thus risking the conviction that would have happened during that trial, just to stop you guys out there in the world from making mean comments on social media. That is how much they are wedded to the idea that white people are racist and don't deserve justice. Again, this was in their actual manuals, and this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Move away, mate.
He's obviously...
What's your name, mate? Huh?
Now look, as of right now in the UK, Vikram Digwa, the suspect in this particular case, has been convicted. He has been sentenced to 21 years to life, which is among one of the stronger sentences that you can get in the United Kingdom. But one of the things that many people have pointed out, because they're reading it in the reporting and realizing that this is not being clarified to the public, is the fact that the Digwa family is definitely in on this particular murder, because what I was shocked to find out, and I'm sure many of you were as well, was the fact that Henry Novak is actually behind a car on the Digwa property in front of their home, because he had been moved at some point in time by the father or the brother or some combination of the two in the vehicle before 911 was called. In addition to that, you also had the brother call 911 and report an evil white racist hate crime, and of course, the family was denying that he had been stabbed while he was pleading for his life, while he was begging for help. And of course, the police deferred to the minorities because this is what their training tells them to do. Now, of course, in a regular, ordinary police department, even if there was an evil white racist incident, if somebody is bleeding to death, you would normally prioritize that. But in Southampton, they decided that the feelings of these Sikh individuals, or sick individuals, again, I heard both pronunciations, and honestly, I could care less. I'm going to use whichever one I damn well please. And yeah, they decided that they were going to take their word for it, and this is why you have the dragging of Henry Novak in his final minutes. You have the infamous, "I don't think you have, mate," when he said he's been stabbed, and of course, he repeatedly says he can't breathe. You have the cuffing of Henry Novak, and of course, you have them reading what I've been calling the Miranda rights, but in the United States, it's called the Miranda rights because they come from a case in the United States called Miranda, and yeah, it's one of the most disgusting things you'll ever see.
Hand. Put the hand in the cuff, mate. Yeah.
Where is he being stabbed? In the face? Oh no, but we have to check, don't we?
No.
In the face?
Get these to back off, get their details on that, and I'll keep hold of them. Right, keep you on your side, mate. Let her read then. Same time, I'm keeping him on his side. We will set up when we had him here, but you didn't like it. What's your name, mate? At the moment, you are under arrest, and that's for assault, so you do not have to say anything, may harm in defence if you do not make your main questions. It's up to you later line of court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence, alright? It's going to be sick, I think. I just want you to call it.
Yeah, we got mail. He's just been beat up. Are we able to get an ambulance, please?
Now, all of that on its own should be enough. That should be enough to anger people. This should be enough to push for change in the DEI-style policies that were implemented at the Southampton Police Department that quite literally tells them to treat ethnic minority groups differently than white people and to prioritize hate crimes over other crimes. But to make matters significantly worse, not only did the Southampton Police Department want to release a statement during the trial in order to save them from criticism, but they wanted that statement to read that Henry Novak was the aggressor in his own murder. By the way, there was no evidence for this. There was no argument for this. This was not a self-defense case, and in fact, we actually have apparently audio that was introduced at trial maybe, that was reported by the police, where you had Digwa talking, not realizing that he was being recorded, and during the course of the conversation, the issue of an evil white racist hate crime never came up. That had already been removed from the story 2 days after in this like transportation conversation that ended up occurring, and yet the Southampton police during the trial were trying to nuke the trial to paint Henry as the aggressor because white people are evil.
But prosecutors warned the force, that doing so could risk jeopardising the integrity of the trial itself. And tonight, the revelations go even further, and I would suggest even darker. The paper claims officers wanted to portray Henry Novak as the aggressor in official statements released after his death, despite having evidence proving this was not the case, before changing course following what I would say is justified outrage from his grieving family. Police doubting he'd ever been stabbed, and now claims the force wanted to intervene in the middle of a murder trial while public anger exploded across Britain and America. No wonder trust in Britain's institutions is collapsing.
Again, reprehensible stuff, and apparently the grieving family is the only thing that was able to stop this statement from being released, as well as the prosecutor eventually acknowledging that this would completely torpedo their case. This would actually nuke the narrative, and the thing is, the American legal system is very similar to the British legal system. We descend from English common law, so we now might run into an issue where on appeal, Digwa can cite the police trying to concoct this particular narrative as something that should have been discoverable and introduced at trial, and quite possibly, again, depending on how similar the UK system is to the United States system, advocate for something like a Brady violation in order to actually get this conviction overturned, and thus you have to retry this individual who's absolutely guilty, all based on the fact that the police wanted to save face. And again, they have no evidence for this. In fact, they have evidence that the Digwa family, other members, should have been charged in this particular case, and yet they have got off scot-free. Only the perpetrator of the actual stabbing has been held to account, despite the fact that, again, how did Henry Novak's body, or his almost lifeless body, get moved behind a car? Who was hiding him from street view so that he wouldn't receive help? How come the father and, of course, the brother, who were actively lying to the police, which aided in Henry not receiving the treatment that he desperately needed, not prosecuted for some form of obstruction of justice like they would be in the United States of America? Now, I understand that they don't have felony murder like they have over here, and technically these felonies would be like accessory after the fact, but the fact is, these people have got off scot-free with it, even though, again, the main perpetrator was held to account. And again, we see the Southampton police time and time again deciding that they're going to go with the cover-up and try anything and everything to forward the racism narrative.
With his final words, he told officers that he could not breathe. He told them he had been stabbed. In fact, Henry told officers that he could not breathe 9 times. He told them he had been stabbed 4 times. The response from one officer was, "I don't think you have, mate." The police have said they were misled by the murderer and that the scene when they arrived was complex. Unfortunately, it seems to us the truth is much simpler. The police were told by our son himself and by a member of the public who called 999 that they heard someone shout that they had been stabbed. but the police did not believe them.
Now, of course, there's a lot of comparisons to George Floyd being made in the media, and of course, a lot of people in the left wing are absolutely offended and terrified of this comparison, even though, again, you have Keir Starmer, the current Prime Minister of the UK, actually kneeling for George Floyd, again, something that happened across the pond in the United States of America, while at the same time denying two-tier policing in this particular case. But I will point out that there are some key differences between the Floyd case and between, of course, the Novak case. So first and foremost, Novak did nothing wrong at all, even a little bit. Secondly, Novak was killed by a private citizen, a minority, and in addition to that, the police used their racial bias in order to take that minority side over Novak. But in reality, in the Floyd case, there was never even an allegation of Chauvin's racism. That was just something that permeated throughout the culture, but that was actually never even attempted to be argued at trial because there was no basis for that. In addition to that, the police in Minnesota actually did call the ambulance right away. They tried to get him treatment. The ambulance took a very long time. And of course, on top of that, this guy actually ingested fentanyl pills, had a lethal amount in his body at the time of his death. So that case was really more about who could argue cause of death better. The defense obviously ended up failing at trial, as we all know, because Chauvin got convicted. But they argued it was actually a fentanyl overdose, and Chauvin used regular, ordinary police restraint as was in his training. But in this particular case, it was an alleged stabbing. The police couldn't care less. They dragged the young man around. They did it for racial reasons. So essentially, everything that is similar from the Floyd case and this particular case is superficial, because this actually resembles the narrative that was put out about George Floyd rather than the reality of the Floyd case. Essentially, the Novak case is everything that Floyd pretended to be.
Henry was pulled across the gravel, his hands forced behind his back, and he was placed in handcuffs. Instead of being treated as a dying victim, police formally arrested Henry for assault and read him his rights. That was the last thing he heard. Henry did not die with dignity. He did not die with the care he deserved. He lost consciousness before anyone believed him.
Except it's actually real here. It actually happened. It actually occurred. And yes, a great number of people are outraged. Now, of course, a lot of people in the British media are talking about how the Sikhs are terrified. They're really worried. The real issue is the evil white race's backlash against the Sikh community. And I find this rather annoying, and again, very similar to how people react to Islamic terror situations. Again, see this Norm Macdonald clip that I'm very fond of playing.
I can't say my friend's name, but he said his biggest fear is that ISIS or some terrorist group like that will get a hold of a dirty bomb and explode it over a major city within the United States and kill tens of millions of people. Because then the blowback against innocent Muslims would be absolutely terrible.
Yes, that's right.
That's true.
All right, let's do some jokes.
But yeah, it stands to reason that you should not be rioting in the United Kingdom. You should not be acting like Black Lives Matter. And in addition to that, obviously, every single community can have outliers that commit these kind of crimes. And the reality is, based on the statistics, Sikhs or Sikhs, however they want to be pronounced, are not actually major perpetrators of violence and terrorism. Now, it's a bit different in Canada, where they got the Khalistanis over there, the people who want their own independent state just for the Sikhs, and they do terrorism in Canada because they've allowed so many Indians in their country they didn't realize they imported a blood feud. And of course they do terrorism in India, but in the UK this is not a major problem, and I do think it's important to not try to spread the pain out to other people who are undeserving of it. However, we should highlight these police departments, these initiatives that are embedded in the UK government, and yes, we should absolutely question a government that goes after people for mean social media posts rather than, you know, actually checking on a dying man. Now, I've referenced this before, in fact, many times, and I will reference it again, but of course, we have that infamous incident in the UK where a man was burning the Quran in protest. Somebody from the Turkish embassy or a Turkish national ended up trying to murder him via a stabbing, and the guy who did the stabbing actually got no jail time. He was released. Now, as if that wasn't bad enough, the guy who burned the Quran was not only convicted of inciting racial hatred, but in addition to that, they used the attempted murder on him as evidence that he was inciting that hatred. Now, of course, that was eventually overturned during appeal, but the fact that the UK is so warped that they actually released somebody without any jail time who tried to do an attempted murder over freedom of speech and then prosecute the person for freedom of speech using that attempted murder as evidence against him when he's the victim of that tells you where they're at in terms of white people versus minority relations, and yeah, it's reprehensible. So again, I need to emphasize, this is a problem overall in the United Kingdom, and in fact, there's a story out today where the BBC was reporting that a man had head injuries after being stabbed, and they vagued the hell out of it, and it turns out in that particular case, there's a video of a Somali migrant trying to decapitate somebody in Northern Ireland, and again, now they're trying to say that you shouldn't talk about this in a political way because you can never criticize mass migration. So again, it's not just Sikhs, and by the way, Sikhs are among the least offenders in the United Kingdom by the numbers, but it is the immigration policy and the deference that they give on a societal level to these non-British people, to these non-white people, who again are treated as god-tier citizens in the UK, so much so that they'll actually nuke a murder trial where they know the guy is guilty in order to save face and frame a white person as an evil white racist. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know your thoughts down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like the video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social medias, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about madness in the UK. Till next time.
This is the mother of 43-year-old Crystal Krug. In a few seconds, she's going to find Crystal's lifeless body inside this very garage. And this is Daniel Krug, the man who killed her. He's heading in for another normal workday, just minutes after leaving his wife's lifeless body hidden in the garage of their own home.
Oh, shit. Oh.
For the last 4 months, this man has been engineering the most calculated homicide plot Colorado has ever seen. Creating fake identities, manipulating Crystal's children,
hang on, I gotta
and
run to the
setting
bathroom
up
right
a
quick.
perfect scapegoat to take the blame. He believes his plan is bulletproof, that police will spend weeks chasing a ghost and eventually arrest someone else for the murder he committed. And despite nearly perfect detective work, his plan works exactly the way he intended.
My husband said there was a dude who's been stalking her and threatened to kidnap her. Oh my god, this can't be true. I was the person who attacked her.
Crystal, that's a Henry.
Yeah, nice to meet
Very good to
you.
meet you. I talked to Detective Mike, kind of have an idea what's going on.
Yes.
This is Crystal Krug, months before her murder. She lives here with her husband, Daniel Krug, and their 3 children. Both Crystal and her husband are well educated and seem to have built a comfortable life together with their kids. But behind closed doors, something dark is happening that will destroy this beautiful family. All because Crystal's been dealing with a stalker obsessed with her, sending her constant threats and claiming to watch her every move. This officer is here to check her car for GPS trackers or anything that could explain how this stalker keeps finding her. In reality, the stalker is much closer than anyone could have imagined.
You can see like it's a little bit dirty, so I can see blood marks, but like my street looks like this all the time. There's no one out there. Like I know the normal cars.
Yeah.
So I don't know where he's following me from.
I can only assume a tracker.
Nothing jumps out at me.
I know, I didn't either. I'm hoping it's just meant to mess with me.
The officer continues searching the vehicle top to bottom, but finds nothing suspicious. So before leaving, he offers Crystal a few safety recommendations and reassures her that they'll keep looking into her case. Not long in the course of the investigation, Broomfield police receive another call, this time from Crystal's husband, Daniel, reporting a break-in at his home. An officer is dispatched to check things out. Unknowingly, this encounter will be the start of one of the most calculated murders the United States has ever seen.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, definitely. I'm Officer Chauncey.
I'm Dan.
Nice to meet you.
Johnson, nice to meet you. So, as I pulled in, I saw someone run out, jump over my gate, and take off that way.
Got it.
I didn't think to call you until my wife got home recently, and we realized the spare key that we keep in the garage isn't there.
Okay.
According to Daniel, the only thing that's gone is their spare house key. If someone stole that, it means they aren't done and might have plans to come back at some point. The officer advises Daniel to change their locks immediately, while police look into who this intruder might be. What no one realizes tonight is that this is no random incident. It's the opening move in a plan that's been forming for months. And this break-in is just step one. 9 days after Daniel reports the break-in, his wife Crystal wakes up to another uneasy morning. For weeks now, she's been receiving strange, anonymous messages and a growing sense that someone out there has an eye on her. Until now, none of it had a name attached, but a faceless presence that kept getting closer. But today, that changes. As Crystal gets the kids ready for school, makes her morning coffee, and heads out for work, her phone buzzes. She glances at the screen and sees a name she hasn't thought about in more than 20 years. Jack Anthony Holland, a man she dated briefly as a teenager. The message is short, crude, completely out of nowhere. Hi, Crystal. It's Anthony. Hope it's okay I looked you up. I go to Boulder every few weeks and thought we could hook up. You game? At first, she didn't think much of it. The two last spoke years ago, and even then, he was harmless. So she ignores it and moves on. But the next day, everything changes. Are you there? You should say yes when I offer pity. Whatever. I saw your pics. You got fat. You should yourself. Saw you at the dentist today. Your license plate expired. Gotta fix that. Suddenly, Crystal's fear becomes reality, and she begins living with the terrifying possibility that she's being watched. And now, she's certain Anthony is the one who's been harassing her for weeks. She becomes hypervigilant, installs cameras around the home, dash cams in her car, and starts carrying a concealed handgun everywhere she goes. By late October, Crystal's barely sleeping. She keeps a spreadsheet of her stalker log, documenting every message she gets. Then, almost a month later, a new email from Anthony confirms her worst fears. This your husband? Drives like slow old lady. He needs to drive safe. The email comes with an attached photo showing her husband Daniel at his workplace. Now the stalker isn't just targeting Crystal. He's coming after her family. Crystal realizes she can't handle this alone, so she hires a private investigator to track down Anthony's addresses and digital history. Then, on Halloween night, she calls the police.
So, how can I help you tonight? What's going on?
Yeah, so I have an ex from a very long time ago who has occasionally found me on social media, and it's never been an issue until this month. So this month, I have received numerous text messages, and then today I got an email that is very threatening, and it escalated to the point that he took a recent picture of my husband at his work location. So the stalking is getting a little too aggressive at this point in time.
Okay.
So my last contact with this individual was 5 years ago, where I told him I was happily married. I had no interest in what he kept contacting me. He kind of blew things up and then blocked me. I blocked him, haven't heard from him since.
After explaining everything to the officer, she documents each detail and forwards the case to the department's investigative unit. Within hours, the file lands on the desk of Detective Andrew Martinez, a seasoned investigator who's worked some of Broomfield's toughest cases, including abductions and violent crimes. Martinez schedules a formal meeting with Crystal for the following week, hoping to get a clearer picture of what exactly is happening and who this Anthony really is. When she sits down with Martinez, the situation has already escalated far beyond what Crystal first reported.
So, I mean, like, he saw, like, full pictures of my family, of my kids. Like, I locked down my profile real fast after this, because it was pretty alarming, right? Where he's like, we're meant to be together, and my family loves that we're talking. And I'm like, whoa, you think that we're, like, in a relationship? So I shut it down real hard. I said, this is really creepy for me. You need to stop. And he got, like, real emotional, and then blocked me. I'm like, good. And I blocked him, and I'm like, and then I shut down Facebook entirely. The one development that I have, I did get the full-blown report from the PI. Problem, and you'll see this in this report, there are tons of phone numbers associated with him. There are tons of addresses. He moves everywhere and between like 3 different states.
As Crystal walks the detective through her evidence, 2 details immediately stand out. First, her stalker isn't just texting her from random numbers. He's using multiple phone lines and different digital identities, finding ways to reach her even after she changes her information. Whoever this is, they're persistent, resourceful, and frighteningly determined. Second, her ex-boyfriend, Anthony Holland, is tied to several addresses and multiple phone numbers. Whether it's instability or an attempt to stay off the grid, it convinces Martinez that Crystal is dealing with someone who either doesn't want to be found or someone who's planning something far worse. With all of this in mind, Martinez wraps the interview with Crystal and begins the digital side of the investigation. He sends warrants to service providers, requesting phone records, email logs, and account information to track down the stalker. Unfortunately for Martinez, these companies will make a mistake that will soon prove deadly. While waiting for the digital evidence to come back, Martinez decides to follow up on something else. The garage break-in Daniel reported back in September when a stranger supposedly stole their spare house key. He brings Daniel in for a formal interview, wanting to know whether he's noticed anyone following him, but instead of clarifying things...
So this has been the latest crash out. And I feel like really, all it really did was make these people look like fucking morons. Oh my god.
Hello friends, and welcome to another episode of What the Hell is Going On with your host, Ugly Belle Delphine. Now before you ask, yes, there is an Epstein Files video coming out. I feel like everyone has like streamer brain nowadays, and like every fucking video has to be breaking news in order to get the most views. But I am taking my time with it. I'm sure you understand there is a lot happening. You know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning. Oh, really? I want to be clear. You want to go there, Attorney General? Do you want to go there?
Oh, God.
Gentlemen,
Oh, jeez.
Your country, sir. Anyway.
Bro.
Hey, let's just forget about these satanic billionaires running the world. And let's talk about some internet drama, shall we? Because that is what's really important. For a little over a decade now, the most inane things can get you called a racist or a Nazi on the internet. To the point
liking milk,
where these words hold little to no meaning anymore. It's so bad that when someone is called a racist or a Nazi online, I'm immediately like,
they're probably based.
oh, what funny joke did they tell?
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, we have officially come to the point. We're not saying anything. Also makes you a racist Nazi.
Yeah.
For the few of you watching this channel who are employed, there's a very popular Twitch streamer named Emeru. She's a cosplayer and just kind of a fun, chill, normie video game streamer. Well, the other day, someone in her chat asked her her opinion about ICE. And this is what she had
Big
to
mistake.
Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content creators to, like, say their opinions on, like, important topics. I get that, right? But it's like, if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to get off the internet.
In a world where...
That's what made him mad. That's what made him mad. is that they're sitting there hearing, wait a minute, I need to get off the internet because I'm acting like a retard? No. Oh, no. No, I'm not acting like a retard. No, she's wrong. Oh, no. That can't be it.
Seems like every single celebrity is just screaming their political takes completely unprompted. This was a refreshing thing to hear. Seems like a pretty sane, rational, inoffensive thing to say, right? Wrong. This short little clip where she ironically tried to avoid controversy ended up being one of the most controversial dramas this year. I feel like decades worth of news has happened in the past like 2 months, don't you? Every day there's like a breaking story of the most insane shit you've ever heard in your life. And everyone is expected to have a fully formed opinion on every single breaking story. There's pressure.
That's why they watch me. It's because I do.
To react, to pick a side, to condemn, to defend. The reality is, when a story first breaks, we're usually not seeing the full picture. And that's why for years now, I have been using today's sponsor, Ground News. So
I just make it up.
Let's quickly give them a shout out before we get into today's video, shall we?
And it turns out to be right.
Ground News is a website and an app that lets you see how news stories are being
works
covered
great.
all across the political spectrum, from left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of political bias, ownership, and headlines that helps you understand the full story and really make sure you're getting both sides. They really make it fun and easy to compare headlines to see how political bias and media ownership can affect the framing of a story. For example, let's take a look at this one about how RFK admits he used to snort cocaine off toilet seats.
Base?
If you look it up on Ground News, a right-wing headline covers it like this: RFK revealed why he wasn't scared of COVID. It was a legendary answer. And a left-wing outlet covers the same story like this: Robert F. Kennedy Jr. doesn't fear germs, and his reason is really, really gross.
See, this is one of the reasons why I think we need to get rid of democracy. I just feel like this is like, well, we've tried it. I mean, obviously, like, we've tried it for a while. I think it's time for it to stop.
Same story, completely different vibes. The Ground News feature I like the most is the blind spot tool. It shows you how news stories have been covered by only one side of the political spectrum and ignored by the other. For example, here is a story about how Hillary Clinton says migration has gone too far. Rare Clinton W. Suspicious. 37 sources covered it. 91% of those sources were right-wing, and only 4% were left-wing. Interesting. Or this one about how middle-class Americans...
If Trump doesn't put Hillary Clinton in jail, I don't think I'm going to vote for him for the third term. I feel like that's like, because you said you were going to do that the first time. And like now we're going on the third time and she's still not in jail. Like, what are we doing?
Are selling plasma because of financial pressure. Americans are selling their blood because they're so poor. 71% of the sources that covered this were left-wing, and only 14% were right-wing. I've been using Ground News for like 5 years now, and I am obsessed. It is one of the first apps I open when I wake up in the morning. It really helps me stay informed and helps me keep up with the news for my videos. But don't just take my word for it. Even the Nobel Peace Center recognized Ground News as an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. Best of all, I'm currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all their amazing features. This comes to only like $5 a month, which is like the price of a cup of coffee nowadays. To get the 40% discount, just go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code on screen right here, or click the link in the video description down below to subscribe to their Vantage plan today. Big thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad
echo chamber. So true.
Right. And now let's get back to the video. In this video, we are going to talk about the drama surrounding Emaru, the people trying to cancel her, the mistake the left is making by embracing cancel culture again. We're gonna read some insane, hilarious tweets, of course, and then we will talk about my personal experience with these people. And what do I mean by these people? I mean the cult of the cry bullies.
That's right. That's right. It's exactly what they are.
I'm sorry if I sound even more like a prepubescent boy in this video. I am a little bit sick, but I am here, slaving over a hot laptop for you. If you guys saw my last video, you know I am quite critical of ICE. I don't think we should abolish them, of course, but I think it is good and healthy to criticize your government.
I'm critical of them too. I don't think they're aggressive enough. I don't think they're brutal enough. Like, I see these people attacking them. It's like, you guys have a taser, you have the stick. Why do we give you, why are we paying for you to have the stick if you're not going to use the stick? Fuck, I mean, why don't we just stop paying for the sticks? Really? Like, what's the point of the stick?
A political culture war commentator. I talk about political topics often.
The
People
cattle
come to
fry,
me
I like
to
that,
hear
yeah,
my
like a
political
zapper.
opinions. But not everybody wants to be a political YouTuber or streamer.
Yeah.
And not everybody
No,
wants
I
to
do not.
listen to a political YouTuber or streamer. Sometimes we just want to have fun and talk about
Yep.
other things. There are lots of other things to talk about. Sometimes we
Right.
want to look at funny memes or watch funny videos without having politics shoved down our throat. So a lot of
Well, that's the thing, is like a lot of people think that they have to inject their politics into everything because they think that anybody who is able to live a life without basically constantly being fed their propaganda will not believe what they say. So they have to inject their propaganda and their viewpoints into everything so nobody can escape from it. That's the reason why they do it. It's their religion. Yeah, it is their religion. People have replaced religion with political dogma primarily. And I think this has happened especially in Western cultures.
people thought it was really refreshing when a cosplay streamer was basically like, I don't
Yeah.
want to talk about politics. Why are you coming to me for politics? It was a perfectly sane, rational opinion. So of
Yep.
course, like, half the internet had a problem with it.
Of course.
It's just not that hard to say f ice.
Yep.
It's really not that hard to say f ice, to be honest.
Of course.
It's so hard to just say f ice. It's really not hard to say f ice. Jesus Christ, how hard is it to just say f ice? How hard?
This is all, see, that's what they want people to do. They don't want to hear a political opinion, they want to hear their political opinion. Also, ICE are American heroes, and they're helping get rid of illegal aliens in the country. Anybody who's against ICE, in my opinion, and wants to get rid of ICE or says fuck ICE, is a traitor. You are a total traitor. These people are coming into the country, they're stealing our fucking money, they're committing crimes. Then also, keep in mind, you also don't want elections. You don't want voting. People voted, and the majority of people that voted for mass deportations with ICE. It was the #1 issue of the election. So if you're against ICE, what you're saying is that the election doesn't matter, and the way that I feel matters even more. That's the reason. No accountability for ICE killing Americans? I think there should be accountability for that. Like, for example, whenever that woman tried to run over the ICE officer, I think that the wife should have been charged as well as an accessory because she told her drive, baby, drive. And then also, like with the other Alex Preddy, I think that whenever he kicked the headlight off of the tail light off of the car, I think that they should have arrested him then, and instead of like the week later whenever they shot him. I think they should have arrested him. So those are like two examples of like ICE, I don't think, really doing things the way that they should do them. So yeah, no, I do agree with you. They could do better.
How hard is it to just say ice? How hard is it to just say ice and move on? Oh my god. Just say ice. It's not hard. Is it so hard to just say the line? Say the line. Say it.
Do what we tell you. Say our line.
Jesus Christ, like at this point, even if Emerald did want to like abolish ICE, even if she really did think ICE, she shouldn't say it. Like I wouldn't say it at this point because this is just like, this is creepy. This is like a horde of zombies.
Well, it's a bunch of freaks that are trying to push you around and tell you what you have to say. That's what it is.
Chasing
They're
after
bullies.
you. Hey, it's actually super easy to stream and have opinions. I'll show you.
Take all of my opinions. Listen to all. It's super easy. Listen to everything and do exactly what I tell you.
Guys,
What a fucking freak.
Trump and everyone in his administration, Elon Musk, free Palestine, US is on stolen land built by stolen people, Luigi did nothing wrong, abortion is healthcare, leave trans people the f alone. These people literally just speak in bumper stickers, dude. Just like copy pasting the
good.
internet
I like that.
leftist starter pack. What the hell am I looking at? I hate the Reddit ass. Hey, it's super easy. It's crazy, like 1,000 years ago, this dude's ancestors were hunting mammoths. And now he's on here like, men should not be speaking like this. I'm sorry.
This is the energy of a teenage girl. He does. This is a grown man with the energy of a teenage girl. Let's put that.
We need another war. The post that really seemed to kick this all off was made by Denim, the self-described largest female political streamer. Only because I don't stream Denims. Only because I don't stream. Anyway, I don't think like personal beef with denims. This isn't like an own denims video. We used to be kind of cool years ago, but she apparently has some opinions on Emerald, so let's hear her out. Never thought I'd see the day we'd be fence-sitting the modern Gestapo.
The modern Gestapo.
First of all, she's not fence-sitting. She's just choosing not to talk about politics. Like, in order to fence-sit, you actually have to
You have to talk about both topics and both sides, and then present both sides and create ambiguity onto which side is accurate or not. That's what fence-sitting is.
Say something. She didn't even say anything. Like, how do you even know what her opinion is? Second of all, modern
Because you made it up.
Gestapo? Why is everything the fucking Holocaust? It's totally—
Because that's the only thing that they know about. The reason why everything is Nazis is because that's the only thing inside of American schools that you learn about that's bad. So you don't really learn about Pol Pot, you don't learn about Stalin, you don't learn about Pinochet, you don't learn about any of these other crazy people. And so the one thing that you do learn about is Nazis. So that's the reason why everything is Nazis. It's because that's the only thing that people know about.
normal to criticize ICE. It's totally understandable to have issues with the things they are doing. But modern Gestapo? Don't you guys get tired of this Like, don't you guys get tired of saying, like, isn't this exhausting after a while? Everything is Nazis, everything is the Holocaust, everyone is Hitler. It's like nothing else bad ever happened in history. Like, what?
Yep, that's because they were never educated about anything else besides that.
They used to compare bad things to before World War II. Oh my god, you're literally Napoleon.
Yep.
Also, I love this.
Actually, kind of true. Is that, like, back in the day, people really didn't like Napoleon because he caused a lot of problems? By the way, Napoleon's fucking based. We need a new Napoleon. But beyond that, yeah, they used to really not like him. They sent him to 2 different islands. They were tired of his ass, bro. Like, he caused so many problems for the French. Guy was a fucking patriot. Guy was a champion.
Racist chud. Like, where did the
He wasn't short. He was like 5'9", by the way. Like, this entire idea that Napoleon was like 5'3" is bullshit. He was like 5'9".
Racism part. Like, where did that come from? Listen, I don't get on camera and start talking about cars or math or taxes or investing or going outside or the plenty of other things I don't know about. I sit here and talk about the gender war and the culture war because I'm good at those things, and that's what people watch me for. That is my lane, and I stay in it. Emerald likes what she's doing. Her audience likes what she's doing. There are plenty of other channels that will regurgitate your political takes back to you. Just turn on the TV. Turn on CNN. Most normal people are sick and tired of celebrities just like spewing their political takes completely.
Especially when they're fucking retarded. That's the other thing. I don't think people have a problem with celebrities that are politically involved, but they do have a problem with celebrities that are retarded. Like, whenever you have, you know, some random B-list TV show actor that's going on some tirade about how we're living in fascism while she's at an award show, I don't want to hear this. It's annoying.
Unprompted. I don't care what Glub Shitto thinks of politics, okay? Why does Glub Shitto have to get on stage and start talking about how we're on stolen land or something? Why do you need your political opinions thrown up into your mouth by a celebrity? Like,
well, the reason why, let me explain the actual reason why. The reason why they want to do that is because they create a reward structure around doing that and also a punishment structure around not doing it. They don't really want to hear their opinions. They want to hear their opinions said to that person's audience. They don't care about the person who's saying it. They don't care about the way that they feel. They want to co-opt that person's audience and then colonize their audience with their ideas. So what they do is they create an ecosystem where they create implications, accusations, and other forms of pressure for people to feel like they have to say something. And all of that is in favor and in service of them creating an environment where people feel like they have to adopt those political views in order to avoid certain types of reputation destruction. That's the reason why it happens. That's the actual, that's actually it.
Baby bird.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the
like, do you
person
really
itself.
want Sydney Sweeney throwing up in your mouth? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Please don't answer that.
She's right when she says most streamers are not qualified to talk about politics. Okay, here's the thing, dude. You actually don't have to be qualified to talk about politics to say ICE.
You don't have to be qualified to agree with me.
It's not that hard of a concept.
You actually don't have to.
Yeah.
know what you're talking about in order to just say the line.
Yeah, you don't have to know what you're talking about to just listen to me and have me tell you what to think.
What? You should look into a topic, do your own research, come to your own conclusion, and form your own opinion on the topic.
Or not, by the way. There are a lot of people that aren't political because they don't care about politics. They don't give a shit about it. Maybe they have some vague opinions like, yeah, I don't really like this or I don't like that. But like, they don't really care about it. They don't vote. The only time they think about who's running for the election is on election day. Like, that's it. And there's a lot of people that are like that. And I think that's totally fine. Not everybody has to care about your issue.
Not just blindly, mindlessly say the line.
You know who doesn't do political content?
Who?
Cutie Cinderella. Cutie Cinderella?
I remember saying this. She absolutely does, by the way. Cutie Cinderella is a huge virtue signaler. Like a massive
She literally never does political content. And even she's capable of saying, guys, what about Cinna? You don't have to be a political creator to recognize that it's not hard to say, ICE.
You don't have to be a political content creator to say the line.
Yeah.
Oh, your other friends are saying the line, Emaru. Why are you saying the line, Emaru?
That's the exact reason why they try to pressure other people into doing it, is that they create pressure through consensus by trying to bully smaller people into doing it, and then they work their way up to where, like, now everybody else is doing it and you're not doing it, and that allows them to create a narrative that, well, okay, there's a reason for that. And so that's the reason why they do it. They look at like dominoes. Because, like, again, strategically, this behavior is not really... It's easy to understand and predict what their behavior is because you just look at these people that are using Machiavellian methods in order to achieve a goal. And if you just approach it from that, you can easily predict what they'll do.
L-Ice? Okay, but unironically, though, them. Straight up.
Yep.
Yeah, it's them, don't care, and if you don't like what I say, that it's you too. You know what I mean? It's really that easy for me, I'm telling you right now.
There's Emaru's roommate saying the line. Aren't we all proud of her?
Wow.
By the way, where are all her friends during all of this? Where are all her morally righteous, good guy, big streamer friends while this is all going down? While she's being dragged by half of the internet for doing absolutely nothing wrong. This girl who literally just came out of an allegedly abusive relationship. This girl who literally just got assaulted, grabbed by some freak at a convention.
Yep.
Now this girl is going through all of this. I guess it's fine to be silent when your friend is getting dragged by half of the internet, but don't you
Well, the reason why they didn't say anything about it is that this is the problem, is that, like, I'm a little bit closer to this than other people. The reason why a lot of other creators don't want to say anything about it is because they're afraid. That's the real reason why. They're afraid of speaking out against it. And because they're afraid of speaking out against it, they let people like Emmy get harassed. And so I found, like, that, honestly, I find it to be very embarrassing. Like, all of the people that didn't speak out and didn't say anything about this and didn't defend her, like, you either agree with this, like, because in my opinion, right, it's like if you're friends with a person and this is happening to this person, like, you don't really have, I mean, I guess you don't really have an obligation to do it, but at the same time, I find it to be annoying that nobody else was really saying anything about it at all. It's very obnoxious.
Air, stay silent about current thing. I don't even know this woman, and I'm sticking my neck out for her because it pisses me off seeing this kind of shit happen to people who absolutely do not deserve it.
If you're above the age of 18, you should care about politics in your fucking country.
You have to.
You don't get to be like, well,
You
I
have
don't
to have my opinions.
agree with this whole taxes thing. So I'm just not gonna pay for it. You can't say like, well, I'm just not gonna care about all this politics stuff.
When someone doesn't
Of
have
course you can. You can do whatever you want.
an opinion
These
on
people like to make rules that everybody else has to live their life around.
a political topic, people like you might get a little mad. When someone doesn't pay their taxes,
Yeah.
the government comes and arrests them.
Yeah, duh.
Okay, so that's the difference.
The idea in America especially, is, like, you can just be an adult and be like, oh, I don't care about politics.
Yeah. That's right. That's called a privilege of being an American.
Many people,
Goddamn
most
right.
people, do not care that much about politics. I know to you and me that's like mind-blowing, that's like unfathomable, because our whole life is politics, our job is politics, like I get it. But most people's lives do not revolve around politics.
Exactly.
They do other things other than...
Demographically, the majority of the country doesn't vote. The country can't vote, but less than 50% of the people actually do vote in like the presidential election. And whenever it goes to like government elections and like state elections, it's even less than that. So all of these people that say that, like, oh, you can't care about politics, the majority of people don't care. Look at the numbers. Like, how can you say you don't care about politics if you don't even vote?
Strangers. Man, do I envy them.
Yep.
I was so much happier before I knew.
Yeah.
Sadly, it is getting harder and harder for the average person to not care about politics because politics is seeping into literally everything. Politics will be bent.
I would disagree with that. I think that overall there's been a reseeding of politics. I think a lot of people are actually very fatigued from having politics put into sports, having it put into video games or put into movies or things like that. And I think that, like, for example, if you look at, you know, a game like Expedition 33, that game is totally politics agnostic, right? There's no politics at all in it. And it was very massively successful. And so the idea that politics is this encroaching, you know, like basically influence that is affecting everything, I think is actually the opposite. I think that you're having more and more people, as political topics become more extreme and more socially and like emotionally charged, I think that you're seeing more and more people say, you know what? I don't want to be involved in this. I don't want to have anything to do with this. Keep this out of my content. And I think that, like, that's happening a lot. And I think that's a good thing.
You over and spreading your cheeks and going in dry whether you want it or not. And unfortunately, the people who are like, I just want to be left alone, are the people who are the most f***ed by politics.
Yeah.
Also, more importantly, Emeru wasn't saying that she doesn't care about politics. She was saying she didn't want to talk about politics. I feel like that is a huge difference. I care a lot about, like, skincare, but I don't get on here and talk about, like, peptides and collagen to my audience because they don't give a shit. They're here to watch me say feminism is doo-doo and make silly little faces at the camera.
True.
Yeah, you like that shit? I hate when grown women don't have a mind of their own. You are 20 years old. Please develop a mind of your own. Also,
it's kind of funny that people say that, but they said develop a mind of your own. Meanwhile, here's what you want to say. I want you to develop your own mind by listening to exactly what we say.
She does is pander to anime gooner men. No mind of her own. I never liked Emeru, so finding out she's stupid and doesn't have a mind of her own is nice. The audacity! If she didn't have a mind of her own, she would have mindlessly parodied.
I can almost guarantee you that the majority of those comments are made by fat women. Almost for sure.
The shit she wanted to say. She would have mindlessly just been like, guys.
That's the kind of comment that a fat woman makes.
If Emeru came out and was like, actually, I think Ice is doing a fine job, do you think they'd be like, ah yes, she has a mind of her own? No, absolutely not!
No, they say she was brainwashed.
They are not angry that she doesn't have an opinion. They are angry that she doesn't have their opinion.
Yep.
The absolute audacity to say that this woman doesn't have a mind of her own while thousands of other people swarm her like drones, barking orders at her to say the line. You guys really operate like a Borg. So what I'm gathering is that Emily is a grown woman who acts like a frail, silly little girl to entertain fat...
Absolutely a fat woman comment. There is no chance that this comment isn't made by at least a fat woman, but probably also a middle-aged, fat woman. Guaranteed.
Dirty incel Asian fetisher weirdos. I was okay with that, but draws the line at saying Ice is the audience are the same. Incels love Emeru because she confirms the image of the anime bimbo stereotype that incels worship.
Meanwhile, I have nothing to do with it. Like I was even talking about this, I have nothing to do with it.
She She definitely cultivated an audience who, in the end of all things, are reactionary. She appeals to violent racists who fetishize Asian women. Is this Asian fetish thing? Are they just saying this because she's fucking Asian? Like, I'm trying to find a clip of Emeru saying sucky sucky $5 or something, but just, it doesn't exist. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's not a coincidence that she answered the question this way, and that her fan base consists heavily on Asian fetishes. I don't know where this is coming from. And this woman, the woman saying this is literally an OnlyFans, like an Asian only.
What a surprise.
OnlyFans mom. Like, I'm sorry, are you really?
Why are you watching her? You should be watching me instead.
To be talking about fetishization here. The most insane part of all of this had to be when her ex-boyfriend, her allegedly abusive ex-boyfriend, posted his own dice in the middle of his ex-girlfriend being canceled for not saying that. Like, how fucking petty do you have to be to stop choosing your ex like that? Another character involved in the—
For legal purposes, I have.
Well, this is former booby streamer Casey Tron.
It reminds me of whenever Amaranth started wearing a cowboy hat, because that's whenever she started going, like, full Nazi, basically.
I honestly think that anybody who is advocating for, like, the negative effects of smoking weed, I think that they should look and use Casey Tron as an example. They really should. I think this is definitely one of the best examples that you can have of the negative effects of doing drugs. It really is.
Started wearing the cowboy hat. It's like whenever these Texas girls in like these Austin, Texas streamer circles start wearing cowboy hats, that's whenever you gotta watch out.
Oh, well, is upset too, by the way. Another little factor. I don't know if I talked about this before, because she basically got pushed out of the Austin, Texas circle of people, and like a lot of people didn't want to deal with her. That's because of me. I told people not to interact with her. She's a disgusting piece of shit. Too bad.
In Texas, wearing a cowboy hat? Lord, take me out. Take me out.
I was right, by the way, too. That's not why everybody did. That's why some of my friends did.
Back, behind the shed. Put me out of my misery if I ever become this politically brain-rotted. Holy shit.
Like, you know that she probably has, like, weird incels donating her hundreds of dollars. It's because, like, in my opinion, like, it's all a facade to appeal to the worst type of men. Because, like, really misogynistic, shitty incel-like men, they like a woman that doesn't have any opinion. I think that she also plays into how—
There's a lot of really obnoxious women that have this ideology that a lot of men like women without opinions so they can bully them and push them around and tell them what to think. But the people that think that are usually just really obnoxious, annoying women that no man wants to be around. And so they create this coping mechanism that rationalizes why no man wants to be around them by inventing this fantasy.
a lot of incels will fetishize Asian women. Her whole platform is just like appealing to like the worst fucking men. She's like basically like, she's like a pick-me for like incel freaks.
So this fucking pick-me shit, dude. It's gonna be the death of me. Before making this video, I watched a bunch of—
A lot of the people that are hostile about women being pick-me because there are, like, you have to keep in mind, the reason why there's a negative culture around women being appealing to men is because a lot of the women that are on the internet are mentally insane and they're obnoxious. Because if they weren't, they wouldn't be on the internet.
Emeru stuff, and I saw no signs of like pick-me behavior at all. At least with some streamers or some YouTubers. People could be like, oh, they criticize women, so they're trying to be like one of the good ones, and they're a pick-me. Like, okay, sure, like, that's retarded. We all know that's retarded. But at least I can like kind of see how is Emeru a pick-me? She doesn't even do that shit. Like, where is the pick-me thing coming from? No, really though, what makes her a pick-me and not the booby streamer or OnlyFans models calling her a pick-me?
Well, the difference is that they didn't get picked, and so they're mad. It's people like Dennis and didn't get picked, and because of that, they're mad at people that are more popular and successful than they are. And that's one of the other reasons why.
You are literally selling your body for men to consume. If men do not pick pictures of your ass You can't pay rent. There's no bigger pick-me on earth.
That's why they're selling that, because they can't pay rent.
Than a f***ing porn star.
Uh-huh.
And me. I don't care about being called a pick-me. I've been doing this for over a decade now. I'm used to it. I've been called it thousands of times.
Yep.
I'm a 35-year-old married mother. I do not give a shit. I do care, however, when other women are called pick-me for the crime of not following a hive mind. I see it so often in, like, the VTuber community. Like, all these VTuber anime women will be called pick-me's for just...
Married? Oh, guys, let's turn the video off. I'm done. Yeah, well, it's been a good run, guys. You know what? We got other things we need to do, all right? I'm fucking busy. Fuck this. I'm unsubscribing right now.
You have to understand, like, to these people, whenever a woman has, like, an opinion that is not, like, the corporate HR approved opinion of the week, whenever a woman doesn't toe the line of the current thing, in this case, whenever a woman doesn't say anything, she's called a pick-me. You know, she just must have these opinions.
Well, it's toxic female behavior, where basically they create an artificial consensus and then they participate in reputation destruction towards any female and any person that doesn't adhere to that consensus. Is that any sort of consensus-based messaging is overwhelmingly usually like toxic female messaging. It's the same way, like, basically any sort of like physical aggressive messaging is usually toxic male messaging. It's the same thing. But the problem is that in society, it's completely okay to talk about men being toxic, but you can never come up with any examples of women being toxic. Well, I can. It's this video.
For men. No other reason. Every woman is secretly a big, progressive feminist.
Yeah.
And if they're not, they're just doing it for male attention.
Of course.
Because I'm sure someone who looks like this is really starving for male attention.
Surely.
And then in my opinion, it's like she's not entertaining whatsoever. She's like, I would literally rather watch paint dry.
Yeah.
So true, because you know what is far more entertaining than a cute, high-energy cosplay streamer reacting to memes? This. This is way more entertaining.
Smoking weed. Fucking, like, just the most boring, dumb shit.
And if you don't agree, you're just like an incel. Okay, but eventually, after a few days of being dogpiled by the most annoying people on Earth, Emerald came out with a statement. Hello, it's very rare I will speak my mind, but I'd rather get my thoughts out there, so apologies if this is long. There's a clip from my stream that's been circulating a lot, so I'd like to explain it for anyone who was hurt or shocked by it. It should go without saying that no one deserves to live their life in fear of being killed or taken away from their homes or families.
I think they should. I think a lot of people should deserve to live in that fear. And I think that's not even true. I think it should happen to them.
Regardless of who's
That's
doing
what I
it,
think.
but especially not because of ICE or any other government agency. I understand the world is a very cruel and messed up place. You don't have to
I'll vote
study
for that every
politics or
day.
actively read the news to know that. I would never want to invalidate anyone who struggles with those things. And an agency causing fear and
Round
suffering
'em up.
deserves zero support. To me, that's not even political. It's basic human empathy. Now, I thought that statement was perfectly fine. My issue with it is, she didn't have to make it. She was basically forced to come out and say her opinion. So did these freaks finally back off once Emerald made her opinion about ICE clear? No. Of course.
There's never a point, like, the point was never about that. It was they always wanted to attack you, and that's it. It doesn't matter what you tell them, they'll just, even if you agree with them, they'll say that you're only agreeing with them, so now they hate you. There's not a win condition. It's either they're right or you're wrong.
Nazi response. TLDR, go f yourself and your PR apology. And there it is. Of fucking course she's another dumb girl, we are not as dumb as you look. You're
I don't know about that.
It'll be a good morning. Now that you did the job, I guess you ain't that damn bad after all.
Disgusting, just like you. All I
Another fat person probably making that comment. Fat woman.
here is I support Israel and my name is Emeru. Wait,
I support Israel?
what? Where the fuck did Israel come from? What? I don't like to talk about
I
politics.
got just
equals
a
I'm
job. Well,
Nazi
don't just
and I'm
stand
ashamed
there
of my
with
opinion.
your thumb up
Everyone
your
knows
ass.
what's up. She's
Go
a
do the
fascist
goddamn
disguised
job.
as squirming. Emeru, you are garbage, Nazi-loving. You got orange around your mouth. Say F you, Asmongold.
Isn't it crazy how people like this want to talk about how bad sexism is, and then they basically use sexist insults like that? I mean, that's crazy to even say that.
neutral. Oh wait, if you're neutral, you might as well say you're MAGA.
Oh.
Stand for something, ho. That's what Trump wants, for everyone to be quiet about it. The idea of get off the internet is so fucking ignorant. This dumb cunt needs to shut her fucking mouth.
Yeah, bro, tell that to your mom, okay? Just because your mom and dad want you to get off the internet doesn't mean you have to put this off on everybody else online.
Thank God.
Please, stop making everybody else have to relive your trauma.
What is happening? I've been hating on her since day one and knew something was off about her. Not a good statement. She implicitly disavowed ICE, but not so much the actual Trump admin. Yeah, you disavowed ICE, but what about the whole Trump administration?
Never enough.
They're like literally the mouse from If You Give a Mouse a Cookie.
Yep.
I was like reading that book to my toddler the other day and I was like, oh my god, this is literally Twitter. You cannot give them an inch, dude. Of course they're insulting.
Gotta kill him.
Fans swooping in to protect the poor little thing. Ah, yes!
Poor innocent 28-year-old. Yep, that's definitely made by a middle-aged woman. Absolutely. The thing is that this is the problem with like female PvP, is that they try to pretend like they're not. That's the most toxic and obnoxious thing about it. Is that they will pretend like, oh, well, I'm not doing this, but like it's so obvious that you're doing this. It is. Like, it's so clear. They're assassins, yeah. And then they act like, oh, no, I saw what I was doing. Yeah, it obviously was. They attack you, and then they're like, oh, I'm not flagged.
Incels,
Easy.
known for defending women online. What?
Yes.
What the f does the word incel even mean anymore?
Men that don't give me attention. That's what incel means to a lot of them. They're talking about men that don't find me attractive and don't give me attention.
Oh, you fuckers!
I had no idea this was a thing until yesterday. How come no one told me Emeru low-key a femcel? Femcel! Emeru's a femcel! Oh my... Do we just not know what words mean?
They don't. They just make up whatever the hell they want.
Are they coming to these conclusions? I mean, have you looked at her? I mean, look at her. Look at her. Just look at her. Look at her. Yeah, sorry, I don't see it. I think you guys just might be mentally ill. We need to do something about these male-centered women. Okay.
That's a fat woman's comment. That's absolutely a fat woman's comment. Guaranteed.
First of all, nothing is more male-centered than centering your life around hating men. Men just live rent-free in your fucking head. Take it up with God. Go to therapy. Do literally anything else than make it our problem. Her, and especially her bestie Asmongold.
Of course.
I hope they get kirked.
Killed.
30-year-old woman
Wow.
too scared to face to keep her incel audience happy. Let's hope she gets abused again. Couldn't happen to a better person. Next time this is assaulted, I'm gonna laugh and laugh.
Jesus.
Her and Tyson, you if you support this.
They're on the right side of history. Keep that in mind, guys. This is why you never give these people an inch. See, the moment that you let these people, you even for a second display 1% understanding or empathy to them, they will take advantage of that and then use that to further encroach on your life. You have to treat these people like this is like, that's why I like the guy from Argentina, right? Javier Milei, is that like, he just says, bro, these people are absolute fucking animals. They're like subhuman demons. And you should treat them that way. Never treat these people like people. They're not.
Emeru deserves what Miskiff did to her. Emeru for supporting ICE. I genuinely hope this bitch gets. Oh, okay. I reported that one.
That's a bit
Holy
much.
shit. What is wrong with these people? See, you don't
Well,
understand.
they're mentally ill. They're mentally ill losers. That's the reason why. They're leftards. Yep, leftards. Never give them an inch. Exactly. Like, I think these, like, actually, you know what? I don't think we're ready for that opinion yet. Never mind. We'll give that another 6 months.
I'm good guy, which makes it okay for me to say f***ed up things about bad guy. You think saying that to someone is f***ed up? Well, you should be abused too, because you're probably also bad guy. It's called being on the right side of history,
That's
Chud.
right.
Look it up. Nazis deserve death, and silence is compliance.
Surely.
May I just
Nazi is not seeing my point of view.
remind the audience that this is what she said.
If you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to get off the internet.
Ladies and gentlemen, a Nazi that deserves death. What?
Yeah.
After making her terrible statement full of lies, Emeru decided to follow right-wing grifter Shoe on Head.
Oh, now it's about you.
course Emery is now following a fellow pathetic pick-me for being quiet about ICE. They both don't want to piss off their 100% right-wing gooner fan base.
Again, another comment by a fat woman. Every single time. I guarantee it. And the difference between like me and Shu is that I'll show people's profiles. I'll pull their profile up. I'll look at their profile pictures. I'll look at everything they're saying. I'll make fun of their personal life. I do this. I have no problem doing this. I love doing it. And so anyway, like, cause she blocks these out. She's, you know, she's nice. I'm not. I love doing it. And if you actually go back and look these people up, you will see that they are the fattest, ugliest, most disgusting losers on the internet. It's so embarrassing. That's why they're mad. That's why they're on the internet, because nobody wants to be around them.
For the record, my fan base is probably like 70% right-wing and 80% gooner. Okay, but for some reason, they didn't mind when I came out and harshly criticized ICE in my last video. Yes, some disagreed, but for the most part, they didn't care. As long as you aren't preaching from an ivory tower with no nuance, rhyme, or reason, people don't care. I'll say some shit like, we should decommodify housing. And the right-wingers in my audience are just like, okay, commie mommy. These people cannot fathom a universe.
I also agree with that. Well, right-wingers have that opinion too.
Where people just disagree. Oh, you're just scared. You don't upset your chud audience. I upset my chud audience every goddamn day. You're the ones terrified of your own fucking cult. God forbid you only agree with 99% of the hive mind approved opinions. God have mercy on your soul. I do not envy you. Once you bend the knee to these people, once you apologize or capitulate, it's over. These people don't actually want an apology. They want
they want control. And the moment that you give them that control, they will never let go.
To humiliate you. They want to drag you down. At the end of the day, they have found a socially acceptable way to bully people. That's what this is. A lot of people in response to Emery's statement were like, why did you apologize to the mob? You know,
oh, you're fucking kidding me.
Honestly, people don't realize how insane it can get. These people, the cult of the cry-bully, they come in swarms, they get in your head, they prey on your everything, they isolate you from your friends, they make you feel like a terrible person for having milquetoast normal-ass opinions, or in this case, no opinion. And when you are someone who is not used to dealing with these types of people, or you are someone in
It's shocking for a lot of people. It is, and that's one of the things that I think that y'all need to understand. Like, for example, like, there will be a tweet about me that will get like 100,000 likes and it'll get like millions of views. I don't even see it in a lot of cases. It doesn't even show up on my radar. And so really, I mean, a lot of people don't understand how big of an ecosystem this is because they're in their own little square. They're in their own little box, and that's it. And so that's what suicidal empathy equals death. Well, what I'm saying is that a lot of other people don't have the privilege that I do, right? Because, like, if there's something like that, like, do you remember whenever people were saying that I was dating that Kaisi girl whenever she was 17? And, you know, like, this is like a big thing. Everybody was talking about this. It was a huge thing on Twitter. Nobody even brought this up in my comment section. Nobody even talked to me about this because there's so much content that I make that it just basically just gets diluted. And so any criticism, any complaining, like, I can say anything I want. It's not really going to matter in 2 days because people are going to move past it and get mad at the new thing that I'm saying. So, like, that's really how it is. But for a lot of these other people, they don't have that type of news cycle. They're not regularly going out there doing this stuff. And because of that, they don't understand, like, how stressful it is to happen. Keep them out, yeah. And flood the zone. Well, yeah, I say the N-word to prove it. I get banned. Honestly, I don't really say the N-word that much. I used to say it a lot. I don't really say it hardly at all now. Like, I would say the only time I say it is, like, if, like, obviously I'm not streaming and somebody says, well, what did this person say? I will just say the word instead of saying the N-word. But, like, other than that, I just don't really say the word. Now, I might get back into it. I might get back, well, it's a fad, right? And, like, I might get back into saying the N-word, but, like, right now, I'm not saying it a lot.
Vulnerable state of mind. It is very easy for these cult-like tactics to work. This shit works especially well with women in particular, not to be sexist, but it's just true. Honestly, you know, now that I think about it,
it's overwhelmingly social consensus pressure for women. Absolutely.
People who are immune to this are like autistic people. I swear.
Aggressive, angry men.
People on the spectrum are immune to the cry bully tactics. What happened is Emaru just saw like a shit ton of people who were mad at her, and she wanted to do the right thing.
I got a
Unfortunately,
hangover,
this is just
so
gonna make it
just
worse.
keep
And
it
they're moving
down.
on to one of their favorite tactics.
The big question in everyone's mind is, well, are you still friends with Asmongold?
While it is
It's about me.
appreciated that you are taking a
Yes.
stand and clarifying the clip, you do continue to be vague about how deep your associations with Asmon are. So,
This is the crazy thing, right? Is that things actually, this has nothing to do with me. I don't do anything with Emaru on stream. I don't really go on her streams. She's not on my streams. And so because I was in OTK and she was in OTK, people lose their fucking minds. And so that's it.
Come to think of it, I do. It's a deal. Disappoint me, and you'll find yourself on the wrong end of the rope.
glad you made this and owned up to it.
Yes.
But you're still friends with Asmongold,
Right.
so it doesn't read as earnest. Almost a decent explanation. But the elephant in the room is that your
Yes.
friendship with Asmongold is holding this back from seeing
Always
you
about
see it.
me.
Okay, now what about your best friend Asmongold? Denounce
It's always about me. Isn't that insane? Wow.
Asmon, or I'm
It's
not
my fault.
taking this seriously. You're friends with Assmold.
Uh-huh.
Assmold?
I'm pretty sure she's still friends with Asmongold.
Now, whatever you think of Asmongold, he is friends with Emaru. They are friends, even though they disagree with each other. Crazy, right?
I literally said, like, I don't agree with the things he says. Like, what do y'all want me to do? Like,
This was over the last drama. This is, by the way, a reason why I don't collab with anybody anymore. I don't want to have people get harassed on my behalf or have people get upset about me or anything else. I just don't want to have to deal with it.
can you shoot him on stream?
Yes, that is what
Actually, that'd probably make them happy.
they want you to do. Yes. Around 2018, I was facing nearly daily harassment for being friends with someone who was on the right. Hundreds of people were on my ass like every day. They were calling my job. They got emails.
Flav can handle it. He can. Like I just, well, for me, like that's the reason why I don't really go to any streamer events. Like I have no interest and no desire to be friends with any other streamers, any other, like unless they're inside of that ecosystem that like I'm already a part of. Like, and here's another. This is gonna be like an ego thing, okay? But like outside of like 4 or 5 people, every streamer is fucking irrelevant. They're nobodies. So, like, unless I'm friends with these people, like, privately, why the fuck would I care about being around them? Like, that's really the truth. So it's like, there's no benefit for me. McConnell's one of them. McConnell's one of them.
My family members, it was like non-stop. Now, this person was a good friend of mine, but in order to get all these people off my back, I did probably the cringiest thing ever, and I publicly disavowed her. Publicly disavowed a friend of mine over political differences. Now, for those of you who are new here, that sounds like something I would never do, but I did it. I bent the knee to a faceless mob of people who hate me. And in return, I received...
This is why I never do that. When people get mad at me for, like, people I'm friends with, I say, yeah, that's just the way it is. You cry about it. And the reason why is that I understand that these people will, it's not like they're going to be like, oh, okay, we like you again. Like, they're not engaging in good faith. They don't care about this topic at all. They're just saying this in order to basically attack you.
Nothing. The harassment didn't stop, the hate didn't stop. Well, needless to say, karma is real, and the same thing happened to me years later. I was publicly disavowed by friends over political differences. This story ultimately does have a good ending. Me and my friend from 2018, we made up years ago, but looking back on all this in 2026 is extremely embarrassing. And if I knew what I knew now, I would have just told those people to go f themselves. But in the moment, it's incredibly stressful, and you just kind of...
People don't know the right answer, and they try to be, it's like you try to be a good person, and you think that people are upset because of this, or whatever other reason. Saw Pokey in public once, 6 dudes asked for a picture. Well, I don't know about that, right? But like, all I'm saying is that like, personally, like for me, I don't know about her, like I have no interest in being around other streamers. And the reason why is that like, I'm very lucky in the regard that I have a lot of friends, like some of them are streamers that I've you know, known over the years, etc. And they're guys that are, you know, part of my community and, you know, just other streamers that I know, like, you know, pretty much the people that you'd expect. And also, like, I have a lot of real life friends too. And the truth is also, like, I'm very, like, this, you might not believe this, right? But, like, I actually have probably too many friends. Like, there are always people trying to hang out with me, always people trying to talk with me, right? It's happening constantly. So, like, really, I've never felt like I'm a, you know, like, I'm like an outcast or whatever. So, like, if there's people, like, this is my outlook with, like, streaming, is that, like, inside of this, like, streaming community, especially people that are, like, inside of the inner circle of that, they're very afraid of negative sentiment. And the reason why is because, like, for example, when somebody gets harassed, and for them, it's like massively overwhelming because let's say they only get like, you know, 1,000 viewers or 4,000 viewers or 10,000 viewers. Right? That's nothing compared to the amount of people that are like watching on like YouTube or people that are watching on, you know, Twitch live or you know, Kick or something like that. And so are people looking at tweets or stuff like that. It's overwhelming. And so like they don't want to say anything about it. The repercussions, yeah, they're afraid of it.
Want it all to stop, and you will do whatever you can to
Yeah.
make it stop. So I understand why Emeru came out and made a statement. I just really hope she doesn't wind up disavowing friends over political differences like I did. It was a huge mistake, and it is not worth it. Because
My opinion is like anybody can say anything they want about me. I literally it doesn't matter to me at all. And the reason why is that I view streaming as a career and as a job. And so I don't hold anything against people personally whenever they act in a way that's beneficial to them professionally. I just simply don't care. It doesn't matter to me. It's not relevant to me. I view everything as just basically a professional relationship. And anything that's beyond that is maybe positive, but it's separate. Yeah, I just literally don't give a shit. That's about it. Doesn't matter to me one way or another.
you're going to find yourself surrounded by people who see you as a temporary ally and not a real friend. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a never apologize.
And that's what streaming friends are, by the way. They are temporary allies. They're not your real friends. And you see this that whenever one of these people, right, it's like, because if it was one of my real friends that was getting attacked by something, I would feel like I have to say something about them, right? I have to say something and defend them. And so if you don't have people that are speaking up and defending you, the odds are it's because they're not really your friend. They don't really care about it that much. They just simply find you to be convenient for their career. And the moment that you stop streaming or they stop streaming, you'll probably drift apart. And there's really nothing wrong with that. There are a lot of guys that I would talk to and I was like super close friends with whenever I worked at the IRS. And, you know, I don't even know what they're doing nowadays, right? Because, like, you know, they were coworkers. I like them a lot. I mean, honestly, I miss some of them. But, like, overall, like, life takes you in different directions, and that's the way that the world is, right? I mean, that's growing up. It's getting older. And so whenever you see that, I think that there's a lot of people that are streamers, and this is another factor, is that a lot of streamers are socially retarded. Many of them didn't have a lot of friends in high school. They weren't popular. They didn't have people that liked them. And in general, they were just kind of losers. For me, I wasn't. I mean, I wasn't like a super popular, like crazy cool guy. But like, I always had a lot of friends and I always got along with people. And I never had a problem fitting in anywhere I was in my whole life. I never really have. And so because other people don't have that understanding, then they have a huge, huge problem being able to speak out about this. Because if they, like, they don't know how to have that type of an outlook on it. And I think that's socially retarded. Well, it's also that, again, whenever you're beneficial for a person's career, you should never expect that, and especially if something happens with you and they're not willing to speak out about it or say anything about it, it's probably because they don't really care about you. Like, it's not, and it's also never that, like, they don't. It's that they don't care about you more than they care about their image. And that's what matters to them more. And that's not always a bad thing, but it's important to know it. Because if you don't know it, you have a misconception and, like, it's like, for example, like, you ever be, like, around a girl that you like a lot, and then like she doesn't like you back and it, like fucks up your head, right? I mean, this has happened for me, I'll be honest. You know, I was like 19 or something, right? And so many years ago, it was a big thing. And so if you have that environment, you're going to lead yourself into a direction that will bother you. It's going to massively bother you and massively like negatively affect you, because like you think that you think you're on one level, but actually you're not.
This person, you should apologize if you actually do something wrong.
There's
you
a
actually
big conversation
wronged
about that.
someone.
Huge
But
conversation.
you shouldn't apologize to like a nebulous, faceless
Morning.
mob
Well,
of
you proved me
people while
wrong.
facing down
Now
a barrel
take your
of a gun.
reward
There's nothing
and
that
get
she
the
could
hell
say,
out of
no
here.
amount of money she could donate that could convince me she's not a soulless ghoul like all the men she's happily surrounded herself with for years. There's nothing you could ever do to please these people, so why bother?
Exactly.
They will not be happy until you kill yourself, and even then they will dance on your grave. And I know, like, with everything going on right now, like, is this really a video about cancel
You
culture in
think you're pretty
2026?
smart
That's like,
now,
It
don't
absolutely
you?
is, because they're
Here's
trying
your
to bring
pay,
it back and push this
Einstein.
narrative again. And it's getting a huge amount of pushback now. Because I do think that this on the internet was like kind of like a point where a lot of people, you know, there's like a degree of like woke
If you
people
want a
that were,
job
like,
from
getting
me,
outspoken again. And
what
I
are
think
you
that
standing
after
there
this,
for? Don't you have
it
work to
definitely
do?
kind of contextualized them, and people were like, wait a minute, these guys really are losers. Because people kind of forgot how big of losers they were, because it's been a few years since this has been happening. So whenever this did happen, I do feel like a lot of people are now back on the side of, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you weirdo, like, you're trying to cancel people, etc.
yeah, I don't know. First of all, you should expect that. You clicked on a shoe on a head video. But second of all, yeah, I feel like this is kind of important to talk about. I feel like this type of thing is part of the reason we are where we are right now. This type of stuff drives people away from the left, and more importantly than that, it's just evil. I saw some leftists covering Emeru being canceled, and they were like, the cultural shift is here.
Well, this is what they care about, right? And the reason, woke is back, right?
2.0, we don't play around, we're mean.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why you have to treat these people like that. Is that the moment that you don't bully these people and aggressively push back against them, and even proactively push against them for like what their narratives are, is the moment that they consolidate power and they're able to continuously do this to other people. You should always push back against them. You should always shit on them. You should never let them know even the slightest amount of peace. They are awful.
Now,
Terrible people.
woke 2.0, because woke 1.0 worked out so well for you guys in the country, right?
Yeah.
You're supposed to learn from your mistakes, not double down and get...
After woke 2.0 is over, gay marriage is getting banned. Okay? Sorry, guys.
Worse.
I don't make the
I don't
rules.
know how you can look at the last 10 years and be like, we have got to get more annoying. Like, what are you doing? Attacking normie streamers for not wanting to be involved in political discourse? Also, I feel like this goes without saying, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I'm not smearing, like, the left as a whole, okay? This isn't fucking Fox News. This isn't the Nuxano.
It is the left as a whole. It is. Because the ones that don't do it, allow it. That's the problem. The amount of thought and diversity of thought inside of the leftist community is
It's the same thing with Islam.
It's tiny.
Even the ones that aren't doing
And
it
so it is
are allowing it.
Channel. I'm well aware there are plenty of left-wing people, especially in my audience, who feel the same way I do. I'm talking about a certain faction of the mostly online left. I was about to say it's like a loud minority, but I don't even think it's a minority anymore. I think it's like a majority. Like I feel like I'm one of the only ones like
what they do.
Holding down the fort. Like me and Anna Kasparian. And every day I'm called a right-wing grifter for being like, hey, maybe we could focus on the issues that like actually affect the working class, you know, things that actually help people, not stupid fucking shit like going after e-girl cosplay streamers. Like, can we just get back to the fact that we are all being ruled by satanic billionaire pedophiles who may or may not be eating children, please? Thank you. In conclusion...
If only they were only eating children. Wouldn't that be nice? If they were only eating kids?
Emeru did nothing wrong. People are tired of having politics shoved down their throat, and you don't need to speak about things you don't want to speak about. You don't have to do that. You don't have to say the line, actually. This is mass psychosis, rivaling on 2020. These people are trying to socially ostracize this woman for not putting like a black square on her Instagram. They're just mad at Emeru for not doing like the ice bucket challenge or some shit. Like that's basically what is happening.
That's how you know she's 35. She remembers that.
Here. If you are going to streamers for political information, you are cooked. If you are going to shoe on head for political information. You are deep fried.
So if you watch me, you're obviously really smart and you understand the world. That's the difference.
That was that little video. If you like my yapping, please
everybody knows
subscribe. And if you can,
We all know
donate to my Patreon down below. It really helps the channel out, and I appreciate it so much. And I will see you guys very soon with a new video.
Man. I mean, I agree with everything she's saying. I do. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And, okay, mommy, just relax, bro. Calm down. And no, she's totally right about what she's saying. And it is an ecosystem and a community of people that are systematic bullies. They try to create a false consensus on social media because they can't create a real consensus at the ballot box. And that is just increasingly becoming more the case. They are taking 95-5, 90-10 issues, things like trans in sports, things like kids being trans, illegal alien criminals over, American and European citizens, pushing away and hating, normal cultural things and then replacing them with garbage. This is really what it is. And no, I really think that if you watch Squeaky's old video on High Guard, no, I haven't seen that at all. And that's what they do. That is 100%, it's what they do every single fucking time. And the problem is that some people listen to it and they think and they make the mistake that, oh, wait a minute, these people might actually care about the issue. They don't care about the issue. These would be people that would be turning you into the SS and celebrating it because they would be Nazis. They would be. These are people who simply like to exert power. They like to bully people and tell other people what to do. And it doesn't really matter what the power is. It doesn't matter what the reason is. If they were burning witches or killing people or anything else, no, not really. They absolutely would be. You don't understand the ecosystem that creates the environment that they exist in. I do. What these people do is they imagine a false consensus. They will never, and here's how you know that what I'm saying is true. They will never hold a viewpoint that is counter to what their ideology is. Nobody falls in line with their ideology 100% of the time. So why is it that they never have a viewpoint that runs counter to that? It's because the viewpoints are performative in the first place. They don't have any actual viewpoints. They're simply saying the thing that they think that they're supposed to say. So that's the reason why. Voice man up. Yeah, what is this here? And never offense offender. I mean, again, I wish more of the, like, I mean, again, I don't want to get involved in, like, Emmy's, like, her friends or something. Like, I don't know about that. I don't want to talk about it a lot for obvious reasons. I know them. But, like, overall, I do think that a lot of them should have defended her. I guess I should say that. I mean, I think they should have defended her, and I didn't like the fact that they didn't come out and say that. And I think that, like, if you want to do that, that's fine. But it's important to keep in mind the people that, you know, don't do that for you, right? And I find it to be problematic. It's very problematic. So, yeah, as not friends, I mean, I definitely wouldn't look at things the same way. If that was me, I would not look at things the same way after that at all. So you give them too much credit saying that they're consistent. They just do whatever globalist overlords tell them. Well, what I'm saying is that their value system is not intrinsic. It is based off of what they think is culturally acceptable, and they wait for an established consensus inside of their in-group before they create an opinion about something. That's really what they do. And so that's the reason why I said that they would be burning witches or killing Jews with the Nazis. It's because if that was the considered popular social opinion at the time, they would follow it because their values are not derived from a principled position. They're derived from fitting in the ability to exert power and the ability to be able to do what they want and be seen as a good person. And that's the reason why. I'll link you guys the video. Like, it's a great video. I mean, I think it's a very, very good video. I'm very happy to see this. And, you know, I've watched Shoe on Head, as I said, probably since 2012.
Now, without going to jail, we're not in England. And it is so fucking over for the people that thought that we could be shamed into silence by calling us Islamophobes. It is over. Now, there is trouble. largest leftist political streamer on the planet, is going through quite a, unfortunately, very messy situation with his girlfriend, Valkyrie, who actually really wants kids, but because she's a woman, and she doesn't want to admit it because she's a leftist. And it's really miserable for all these people. So we are going to be doing a little bit of a deep dive into this situation, because the misery of my enemies that advocate for my death actually pleases me immensely. Now, I know what you're thinking. Nuts, that's pretty petty of you. You want these people that are advocating for your death on their streams to have misery? Yeah, it sounds great. Yeah, it is petty. Absolutely. Yeah, very petty of me, and we're going to enjoy it.
This is one of the biggest crash outs that Hassan has had in a while.
Let's go, dude.
Bro is literally on his conquest LARP right now. He's all like, no one else on the left understands.
Yeah, he alone fights the good fight for America and Palestine. That's the made up places, like Palestine.
All alone. I'm so lonely.
Let's apart.
No one understands the suffering. I just want the left to support terrorists, and there's still some libtards that don't say it out loud. Finally, they're talking about publicly trying to kill Trump, but I really wish they'd also be killing everyone I don't like. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We love him.
I have no support from the Democrats.
Yeah, because you're a terrorist supporter.
I have
Democrats, at least, publicly don't want to openly admit that they support terrorism.
Support from the left broader leftist movement to say I'm a fucking Zionist.
He just invented that. That's not real.
Got you. In my district. My chat.
I just have you, my chat. Miserable 45-year-old man, slowly balding, going away alone, miserable, no children, no legacy. Just that one guy that shocked his dog.
That's it. Said my name before Candace Owens on the anti-Semitism bill.
Yeah, because while Candace Owens is absolutely a complete fucking retard, at least she's not openly advocating for killing and raping Jews. Candace Owens will say that Jews invented dinosaurs to trick Christians into disbelieving the faith. Jews invented faith, to trick Christians into Jews. Not or whatever else Candace Owens is pushing on the Jews. The Jews control the American government. I mean, let's be real. Jews, obviously, of course the Jews control the American government. This is old news. We've known this for a long time. Get with the times, all right? Come on. Hassan Pike is just out there be like, yeah, actually killing Jews is based, actually. Like, we should actually just support the terrorists that are killing Jews. So yeah, understandable.
Then he eats for like 30 seconds without commentary. We'll, skip this part.
Yeah. And
I'm so alone, dude.
I'm so alone. Trouble in my favorite part about leftist policy is it is ultimately just a completely self-defeating system. It's like, this movement cannot exist without indoctrination and grooming and importing infinite retards from the third world. It's a system that is ultimately self-defeating, leaving and creating the most miserable people on the fucking planet. Because you want to know what actually brings solace and happiness into your life? Getting married, having children, having a family that looks up to you and loves you, that respects you, that you love in return, that you will give your life for. That is true solace, where you are able to emulate God with your actions, literally creating a family that you want to protect and care for. Like, no, actually, you should murder your own children and castrate them. Yeah. You should become a girl boss. You should get a degree in underwater sodomy. All right, let's do it, guys. We should, instead of worrying about building a family, why don't you go protest about how Donald Trump is Hitler, actually?
This shit so much. Please, Sue, I'm gonna end the broadcast right now, I think. If one more dumb fucking mic chat says, please, Sue, I'm just gonna end it. I'm gonna end it all. I'm gonna end my life, okay, in a video game.
Whoa! Don't get me so excited. I'm kidding. I don't support that, obviously. I just want Hassan Piker to go to jail or get deported. I don't want him to die.
Hassan is upset.
I would really, in an ideal world, Hassan Piker would be deported and go to Turkey, where he would go to jail as a traitor and a retard and a gay person, all right? And where he is forced from prison to watch my... That is the dream.
That Democratic
Crazy with like a picture of me. So, Roach's head
is on CNN, and that they're all criticizing him on the broadcast.
Yeah.
I'm skipping that
because he supports terrorism.
Because like 30 seconds of these people on CNN ranting about what's on space. It's a very off-putting clip. but that's the context.
There's no world in the United States of America where you can pursue
No world in the United States of America.
Public figure. Some of you do
I
not.
love how this dude is crying about. You know, he slandered me. He called me a pedophile on his stream, with zero evidence, obviously, because it's not true. All right, I've only been with one person in my life, and that is the woman I am married to. All right, I preach the traditional lifestyle because I live it, and it's awesome. Thank God. But Hassan Piker goes out there and he calls me a pedophile. All right, in front of his millions of people, and I can't fucking sue this guy because to win a actual slander case in the United States, because thank God we have freedom of speech, I am ultimately a public figure, so I can't actually prove that without proving some sort of actual damages. And I mean, my career is going well. I get more views on my videos than he does on his videos, so obviously he really doesn't like that very much. However, I can't prove damages. Just felt like it was important to point out. This blue retard on the internet, I get more views on my videos. He's the biggest leftist political commentator on the planet. I just thought that was important to note.
I comprehend that, okay? Still fucking annoying to constantly have to be compared to Candace Owens, dude. So frustrating.
You know, honestly, I hear that. I feel that. That's rough, buddy.
You know what? I'll give us on that one though. Being compared to Candace Owens would be horrific.
My parents think you're an
I
anti-Semite.
feel like we should compare him more to like other people like Nasrallah or some other terrorist supporter.
My parents do? Okay, great. Well, maybe you should do a better job of explaining to them that that's not the case.
And why is this?
Is he crashing out on his stream to tell his chat to explain to their parents why Hassan Piker is not like Candace Owens? Absolute sin. It's crazy how the horseshoe theory is just completely vindicated every time. The far right, as they call Candace Owens is not far right. She's just a leftist. All right, but they call her a far right. A far right person, get out of here.
This guy always derailing his stream to pull up random chatters. Now he's got beef with this random chatter's parents.
Hey, let's
dude,
go.
Just do your show. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and yes, I know there are entire Reddit discords and communities with nothing but my fans who live to have me read their stupid ass comment and like get mad in the process. I know. I just want what's best for people, man. It sucks so
I'm
bad.
just a wholesome chungus that supports the rape of Jews. America deserved 9/11, and then my audience is going to the Rekt
To just like be professionally misunderstood all the goddamn time. It's so fucking annoying. And stop calling for it.
Oh, I'm pulling up another chatter.
That's just the reality. Okay, you're not in this.
I am literally suffering so much. I have a $200,000 Porsche and designer clothes. I win $50 million in the bank. You will never understand.
Position, I will never be able to communicate it to you. Okay, it's just virtually impossible. This is an unbelievably sophisticated machine that never stops. It's day in, day out. It's backed by a shit ton of people who have nothing else to live for, and you're over here making it
I
seem
love how
like
this dude is miserable and alone, and all these people with families that actually don't like the idea that we have Islamic terrorism in our country. And this dude is like, "Oh, you have nothing to live for."
I'm just too weak.
You know, I almost feel bad for the guy who didn't bring this all upon
You know, if he
himself.
wouldn't abuse his dog, I would feel a little bad for him, maybe.
And show no accountability for that. Like, he's acting confused about why people have this opinion of him, as if he's not the one who put out so many horrible statements over the years. And then, of course, there's also the whole Kaya stuff, but we've talked about that plenty. We also have an update on Valkyrie. Hassan's apparent girlfriend or not. I don't even know what's going on with that. Apparently they broke up or something. Whole thing's been weird for a long time, but let's start with this. Valkyrie says online hate about her age led to her canceling collabs.
Back to the main point that happened this past week.
Hate about her age means she is very self-conscious that she's getting old. Her eggs are drying up and falling out of her vagina, and she's never gonna have children. And ultimately, that's what women want. You know, a lot of people say most women want kids. All women want kids. Some women don't admit it to themselves, but I think all women want kids.
Well, obviously, I still think I never want to admit this, but it really affected me over the years. Like, all the hate, all of the, you know, like, oh, you're too old for this, you suck, you
Damn,
know.
that sucks. Shame you're worth $50 million and can literally leave the public eye whenever you wanted to. But instead of doing that, you refuse. You refuse. You need to keep girl bossing. Look, man, this is the most self-induced issue of all time.
It actually did get to me, admittedly. That's so sad. Yeah.
The good news is she has her girlfriend to gas her up about how she's actually completely vindicated about her.
No, I don't want to. It has, you know.
How am I missing?
I'm like, you're right, what am I doing? And it's like,
True! Haters correct once again.
oh man, like, but this is like my career.
She's not. She is literally not married, no kids, getting old, no purpose in life, nothing. And yeah, no, she's totally right. She's right. Oh, you have a YouTube channel, and you have friends that gas you up on feminist bullshit.
First of all, it's kind of funny that Lily Pichu stopped doing the Sweet and Sour podcast with Pokimane, but now she's doing a podcast with Valkyrie. Maybe it's a one-episode thing. I don't know. But that is funny. It's like the same person, basically. Real talk, though. This is a great example of toxic positivity, something that we've seen permeates notoriously throughout the AAA gaming industry.
It's feminism. It is literally feminism. It's this toxic femininity. All right, toxic empathy. Nah. That's nothing like toxic positivity. Nah. That's toxic femininity. This is the most classic toxic feminine trait ever. There's a lot of amazing, positive, fantastic feminine traits. This is not one of them. Gassing up the girl that's literally fucking killing herself? Nah. Sorry, dude.
It's a bit of a side note. Why is this toxic positivity, though? Because for a moment, Valkyrie actually was considered...
For a moment, she had a moment of lucidity where she actually did realize that her life is kind of worthless. The way it stands right now, completely miserable and alone, but just grinding to be a girl boss. And her girlfriend immediately squashed that notion in her head. No, you're doing everything right. The girl boss life is better. That's why it's toxic.
Having some self-reflection. There's actually nothing wrong with her being in her 30s, mid-30s, and thinking, hey, do I want to do this my whole life?
Nothing wrong. No, she doesn't want to do this. Oh my god.
Maybe at some point I want to...
10 years before this, she'd have some kids. Her life would be drastically better. And she doesn't want to admit that to herself.
Like, unwind with this public presence, get a family, have kids. There is nothing wrong with her thinking about such a thing. And Valkyrie even says for a moment she was thinking like, oh, those people are right. What am I doing? And again, whether she agrees with them or...
I'm not endorsing any harassment of any of these people, by the way. I don't think you should go out there and harass these people. Just like, learn from a perspective of an educational perspective, because I have an education channel first and foremost. Yeah, this bitch fucking up her own life.
It's also self-reflection and interest in improving as a person. It's lovely, but Lily Pichu instantly starts giving this toxic positivity, like, no, you're just being human. You're living your best life.
No, but
not necessarily. You don't know that. Again, there's nothing wrong with her considering other options.
Like, you're living your...
There is in the feminoid worldview.
This is like my career. Like, I'm having this. Yeah, I like this. And so I realized, especially
That's right,
in the past
squash
year,
her back in that box. She almost escaped the cage.
because I'm 34 now, I've tried
Clock is ticking.
to avoid situations where age might become the topic. And so, for example, I was supposed to do a collab with Your Rage, and it was supposed to be an IRL stream, just one-on-one, but I asked, I was like, hey, can we do like a gaming thing with a group? Do it in a group. And so we did Mario Party with Extra Emily and Leslie, and it was really fun. It was awesome. It was fun. I was also supposed to go to the Philippines with Jason the Ween, and it was like a one-on-one thing, and I realized, I was like, man, I just like don't want an IRL stream. Like I actually just want to stay home and be comfortable. So I ended up canceling that. And
Her
also,
body is screaming at her to get married and become a mom, and she is screaming back at her very physiology. No, the girl boss lifestyle is better.
so the scheduling didn't work out anyways. But and then there's this beautiful 19-year-old, just incredible creator. She can sing, gorgeous. Her name is Iana. And we'd been talking for a while about collabing. I didn't want to do an IRL stream, but I also wanted to like plan something that'd be appropriate. And the way I worded it on stream, It
Afternoon.
came off as if
Great.
I didn't
Here
want
you
to
go.
collab with her
Don't
because
spend
she was
it all
like
in
me,
one place.
which is just simply not true.
So for context on this, Valkyrie was getting criticism for declining this collab specifically because she phrased the age gap as inappropriate, which people thought was weird phrasing. But there's nothing wrong with someone in their mid-30s not wanting to do an IRL stream collab with someone who's a decade and a half younger than they are. You know, most people when they go out, they tend to want to be around people that are close to their age group. So there's nothing wrong with that. But now she's saying that's not the problem. So she's been all over the place with this. I don't even know what her stance actually is at this point.
We were planning things.
I know what her stance is. Her stance is she desperately wants to stay home. She wants to stay home, get married, and have kids. But she also is literally living the best life. She's making millions. She's famous. And it's stopping her from being happy.
I think that
I'm
she's
gonna
so
make
talented.
you.
I
Well,
want
don't
to
just
be
stand there with your
someone
thumb
that
up your ass.
younger
Go
streamers
do
can
the
look up to
goddamn
and that I can
job.
help raise up. Ugh.
You are literally, I mean this as no offense, you're a bad role model. You are a bad role model. I'm sorry, a good role model would be someone who's married and has a family and kids that they love, that loves them, with a stable household, with a husband. That's a role model.
Oh God, I wish. I'm just a poorly spoken person. Okay, that's a lot of fuck trauma, and I feel like I'm also too open for my own good, honestly. But yeah. But at the end of the day, I realized I think I've been putting it off so long because I don't want to admit that I had a problem. Like I didn't want to leave Twitter because I didn't want them to win, like push me off. You know what I mean? Which is really stupid at the end of the day because like it really is just a small bubble. It's like the worst people in the world.
The reason why it's affecting her so much is because they're right. Obviously, not all the caters are right, but some of them are right, man. And it's eating her alive because she kind of knows they're right. And inside, she desperately believes them. She just doesn't want them to win. Nope, I will not back down. I will not take accountability. Nope. It's really heartbreaking. Look, man, I get so many haters. Like, insane amounts. I get death threats. I get haters. I get, like, these fictional stories about how I was blown up by Iranian missiles or some shit. But I get it every single day. Every day, I get these death threats and hate and all this garbage. And you know what? I really don't fucking care. Like, don't bother me in my IRL life. I literally do not fucking care. At all, actually. I'm incredibly, thank God, blessed to have the life that I do, to have the family that I do, to have the community and support that I have. And I recognize that, and I thank God for it every single day. And I do not give a shit about what the retards say about me, because honestly, ever since I've been doing politics content, I have been doing my absolute best to be completely upfront and honest and push a true message, a positive, true message. And I don't care how messy and how ugly it sounds, or how blunt it sounds sometimes, or how abrasive it might seem to people, because I think I'm pushing the truth and the word of God as much as I possibly can. Sorry, I'm tired of infinite child castration and genital mutilation and infinite abortion jutsu. Sorry, don't like that shit, and I will talk out about it. And yes, I will lose friends because of it online, and yes, I don't care. And yes, your boos mean nothing, because I've seen what makes you cheer. The reason why the boos actually affect Valkyrie is because she knew the boos are right. When I get a leftoid making some hit piece on me, so someone made a video about me, like a 2-hour-long video about how I'm pro-slavery, and they could tell from my stances because I quote the Bible, and I do not care at all, bro. Do not care. All right, I didn't even watch the video. I just saw the title and thumbnail. But like, what I'm trying to say is, the reason why the boos are affecting you is because the boos are right. If the boos really, really were wrong, they would mean nothing to you.
Bubble and their entire thing is to clip farm, and Pokemon, etc.
Yeah, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get a therapist. I've got one. I'm gonna actually get off Twitter. I need to stop explaining myself, and I'm just gonna freaking show love to the people that deserve it. I know I've said this before. I relapse sometimes, but...
Yeah, so my nuclear take on therapists is that 9 out of 10 therapists are just gonna reinforce the bullshit biases, but only 1 out of 10 therapists are actually helpful. It's so sad that we live in a society like this where so many people are just lost.
Yeah.
This is just sad, man.
Yeah.
Sad because, as we've talked about already, Valkyrie actually is capable of self-reflection, but she constantly diverts away from it. Now she's talking about getting a therapist. It's like, dude, you already know what the problem is and what changes you need to make. Instead of getting toxic positivity from Lily Pichu and probably from the therapist next, put in the work and make those changes.
Yep.
Lastly,
Look,
if you
I need
haven't
2
seen
more.
this clip, this is
Hopefully
why
they're
people
in
are
here.
saying that Valkyrie has broken
They
up
are
with
not.
this song.
Oh, good.
I've been crying a lot.
She needs a husband so badly. This is something you tell your husband, man, not your fucking Twitch chat. What are we doing?
But it's more so like not I'm okay. It's more so I've been speaking to my I spoke to my ex a lot, and their messages were really sad, and I feel so it's very emotional, very emotional. Yeah, but you know, it's life is lifing, and it's like, wow, holy crap, I can't believe. Yeah, sorry to hear that. No, it's okay. It's just it just makes me wonder, you know, what life could have been like if, you know, things were different. It's like
If I wasn't famous and instead was married and had a family.
it's sad. It's just life
brutal,
is sad.
man.
You know,
Yeah,
'cause
brutal.
sometimes when you know, I'm sure you guys
I just can't believe how parasocial so many streamers are. That's really all I gotta say about that.
That is miserable. Absolutely miserable. But yeah, anyway, Trouble in Paradise. Wow.
Afternoon. Is it beer
woke,
30?
woke,
Take
you
a
rose to the
look,
sun,
but don't
yada,
expect
yada,
me to
et
hold
cetera.
your hand
But yeah,
through
it's
it.
crazy how every single leftist policy is just so obviously self-destructive. They have to literally mind rape you to keep you on track. It's heartbreaking. It really is. I really do hope that she figures shit out and finds a way to be happy moving forward. It just fucking sucks, man. Really sucks that she dated a terror supporter, I guess. That probably didn't help. Anyway, that was today's chunkiest deep dive on all the
Exactly
things.
what I
This
needed.
was a huge one, actually. I did a lot of stuff, lots of things, lots of deep dives, but there was a lot going on. And as you know, I do the deep dive every day, as much as I can, every day.
A
another deep
sale is
dive.
a
If you
sale,
subscribe, I'll see you in the next
even
one.
if it is to a
Thank you so much for
scumbag
support.
like
guys are
you.
incredible. And honestly, make something of your life. Okay, all right. Well, listen, man. Listen, from a purely atheistic, utilitarianist perspective, okay? Purely utilitarianist and atheistic. You should be religious and follow the word of God, because it just gives you the best lifestyle. All right, forget all the spiritual stuff. But the word of God is also just awesome, purely on a materialistic perspective. All right, get married, have children. It sounds pretty great to me. Oh, and also it's true, and therefore you'll find spiritual fulfillment as well. I guess added bonus, I suppose. Anyway, really appreciate you guys for being here. You're awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
All right, I'm gonna log out and get some lunch, guys. I will be back on later on this evening. I'm gonna 5 o'clock, maybe a little earlier, but definitely by 5 o'clock I will be back online. You guys have a wonderful afternoon.
Very good.
Maybe not.
Very good.